our closed session agenda. We have 3 items. We'll open it up for public comment. You'll have 3 minutes to talk with the council about those items before we go into closed session. Madam Host, could you please let me know if there's anybody raising their hand on Zoom?
Mayor, can we do roll call?
It's a good call. Let's do that.
Okay, Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming. Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Fleming and Councilmember Tibbetts.
All right, we'll open it up for public comment for our closed session agenda. If you're interested in providing comment today, go ahead and hit the raise hand feature on Zoom or go ahead and make your way to the podium. We'll start with you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Rogers, and honorable members of the council. My name is Carl Carr, and I'm the union representative from Operating Engineers Local 3, representing workers in Units 3, 13, and 16. Also, I'm a resident of the city of Santa Rosa, so this message isn't just coming from a union rep, but from a citizen of this great city. I, like you, want Santa Rosa to be the best city it can be. I don't want the city dirty with blight, excess trash, and other waste anywhere there is open space. I don't want our parks, sidewalks, and any other open space to be overgrown with weeds to the point that it isn't comfortable walking around our neighborhoods. I don't want police, fire, or transit to be unavailable to the citizens because their vehicles are in the shop. I don't want facilities to be unavailable to workers or the public just because there aren't enough skilled and qualified employees at the city to keep up with the current needs of the city. All of these things that I don't want, I know that you don't want as well. You, the council, have the power to make sure that these things don't happen. You can do this with your council priorities. However, in order for your council priorities to happen, you need to have staff to get the work done. I'm not talking about staff to plan how the work gets done, but staff that gets the work done. They are called by many names: city workers, frontline staff, blue-collar workers, public servants, but my favorite is essential workers. They are essential in all that they do to keep our city running. They make sure that our water is flowing both to our houses and from our houses, to our commercial properties and from those properties. They are the workers who maintain the parks, the open space, and the sidewalks throughout our communities. They are the workers who keep the lights on in buildings like this one, the workers who keep the facilities open and running, whether there is a PSPS, a fire, or any other type of emergency. The essential city workers keep this city running. They are the workers who maintain and repair the fire apparatus and trucks, the police vehicles, and the transit buses. They are the workers who take action on the council priorities day in and day out. Please, when you go into closed session today, keep this in mind when you give direction to your negotiating teams. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any hands raised on Zoom?
We do not, Mayor, and we did not receive any recorded voice message public comments prior to the meeting.
Excellent. Let's go ahead and also make sure that the record reflects that Councilwoman Fleming was able to join us as well, and we'll recess into closed session.
Put Alejandro over into the Spanish channel now and engage that channel. Charles, can you please stay put for a moment and make the Spanish announcement once they make the statement on how to participate in Spanish? For those of you just joining the meeting, Spanish interpretation services are being provided via Zoom. To connect to the Spanish channel, please click on the icon on your Zoom menu that looks like a globe. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear the Spanish translation. Interpreter Charles, can you please repeat that statement in Spanish?
Para los recién llegados a la reunión, la interpretación en español está disponible y las personas quienes deseen escuchar en español pueden pasar al canal de español. Para cambiar de canal, haga clic en el icono de interpretación ubicado en la barra de herramientas de Zoom. Parece un globo terráqueo. Ya que según al canal de español, recomendamos que apaguen el audio principal para poder escuchar la interpretación claramente.
Thank you, Charles. I'll move you over to the Spanish channel as well. Can I get a test run from the Spanish channel from Alejandro as the main interpreter starting us off? I just want to make sure the Spanish channel is working properly. Can you give me a hello from the Spanish channel, Alejandro? Thank you. Please commence with translation services. Councilmember Tibbetts, I am promoting you to panelist. Thank you.
All right, welcome back to our council meeting. Madam City Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes, Councilmember Tibbetts.
Here.
Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As a reminder, today is a hybrid city council meeting. That means that you have the ability to participate both here in the chambers as well as via Zoom. Madam Clerk, could you please walk folks through how they can participate on each of the different items tonight?
Yes. After each agenda item is presented, the mayor will ask for council comments and then open it up for public comment. The mayor will first take public comment from those participating in person in the chamber, then move on to members of the public participating via Zoom. The host in Zoom will be lowering all hands until public comment is open for the agenda item. If you wish to provide a public comment and are attending the meeting in person, please sign up to speak on an item with the administrator, Julie, at the top of the room. This process is in lieu of speaker cards in order to reduce touch points due to COVID-19. Julie will ask you your name, what item you wish to speak on, and for a one-sentence summary of your statement for the minutes. The mayor will then call on those in person who have signed up to speak on an item. Once the mayor has called for public comment, he will announce for the public to raise their hands if they wish to speak on a specific item. If you are calling in to listen to the meeting via telephone, you can dial *9 to raise your hand. Once all live public comments, Zoom and in person, have been heard, the meeting host will then play voicemail public comments. If you provide a live public comment on an agenda item, but also submitted an email, e-comment, or recorded a voice message public comment, your email, e-comment, or voice message public comment will not be duplicated, read, or played during the meeting. Additionally, there are 2 public comment periods on today's agenda to speak on non-agenda matters at items 13 and 17. This is a time when any person may address the council on matters not listed on this agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Throughout today's agenda, when the mayor calls for public comment, an interpreter will be prepared to assist anyone needing interpretation services. Those using interpreter support will be afforded additional time for your public comment as required by the Brown Act. We ask that those listening on the Spanish channel but wishing to make a public comment to turn off the interpretation channel entirely at the time you hear your name called, so you can join the main channel to make your public comment heard and translated into English. This icon may now look like a circle with an ES in the middle and the word Spanish underneath. You can then rejoin the Spanish channel at the conclusion of your comment to continue listening to the meeting in Spanish. Thank you.
All right. Madam City Attorney, do you have a report from our closed sessions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council met in closed session on 3 items. Item 2.1 was a conference with labor negotiators. The council gave direction, heard a report and gave direction to our labor negotiators. Second item was item 2.2, which is a conference with legal counsel on existing litigation in the matter of Vanucci versus County of Sonoma et al. Council gave direction to the litigation team. And then third, item 2.3 was also a conference with the legal counsel on existing litigation. This was on the matter of Terracon versus City of Santa Rosa, and again gave direction to legal counsel. Thank you.
All right. We have no proclamations tonight. Let's go on to our staff briefings. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor and members of the council, the first staff briefing this afternoon is on our COVID-19 response update. And I think the first news I'd like to share with the council and the public is that the CDC announced recently that They have authorized booster doses for the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine for certain members of the public, those that have received both doses of the Pfizer vaccine, and individuals that are 65 years of age and older, individuals 18 through 64 years of age that are at a high risk of severe COVID-19, and individuals 18 through 64 whose frequent institutional or occupational exposure to the virus puts them at a high risk of serious complications of COVID-19. So for those that are eligible under those guidelines, we urge you to get those booster shots. For the rest of the population, if you have not yet been vaccinated, we encourage you to get your vaccinations. Those are available at a variety of pharmacies and clinics throughout our community. And to continue wearing masks when indoors, and to practice safe practices and social distancing. Here within our city employee population, we've implemented the public health order requiring vaccinations for fire, police, and disaster shelter workers. We've instituted our on-site testing protocols for those that are unvaccinated, and have 3 different sites within the city where they can receive those weekly tests. And so that has gone smoothly thus far. We're going to expand that to cover all city employees beginning October 1st. And that same testing protocol option is available for those that are unvaccinated. So once again, we encourage the public to get vaccinated if they have not been able to do so thus far. And for those that have received 2 doses of the Pfizer vaccine and are eligible under the CDC guidelines, get those booster shots. Our second staff briefing this afternoon is on the debris response team. And Will Fetro, our senior maintenance worker, and Jeremy Gundy, our deputy director of field services, will be providing this update.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers and members of the City Council. My name is William Fetro. I'm a senior maintenance worker in the street maintenance section of the TPW. Like I said, I'm here today to provide you with an update regarding our debris response team, also known as the DRT. So the DRT was formed in February of this year. It's a citywide response team that removes debris from the city property and the public right-of-way, which includes our streets, sidewalks, bike lanes, and parks. The team is comprised of myself and 3 other skilled maintenance workers and a crew supervisor. This team was created by pulling members from different sections of our departments. We have 1 member who was pulled from parks. We have 2 members who were pulled from our special projects crew, and I was pulled from our stormwater crew. So our crew has started getting some more training. So we've been receiving a variety of training, including the use of Narcan to help with any accidental overdoses due to like fentanyl, any other drugs such as that. We've also been getting extra training for using different PPE or personal protective gear for cleaning up hypodermic needles and other biological hazards. So since February of this year, our team has removed 2,782 cubic yards of debris on our roadsides, so our streets, our sidewalks, bike lanes, and our parks. So for a little bit of a comparison, going back to like 2019, we were pulling about 650 yards. And last year we did about 1,952 yards. So on top of that number of 2,782 yards, we have other large items. So that comprised of cleaning up about 193 tires, 289 various large items in our roadways, and about 15 5-gallon buckets worth of hypodermic needles. So we do this through responding to various work orders or tags that we get on any given day. We receive about 10 to 12 tags daily, which include things to clean up illegal dumping and any other things we might come across, like hazardous dispersions into our storm drains or any other road hazards. We get these service requests through people using the My Santa Rosa website and direct phone calls to our Public Works front desk and other emails to our cleancity@srcity.org email. We have been pretty successful in responding to these calls within 24 hours, as long as they come in Monday through Friday within our regular business hours. So on top of our average of 10 to 12 work orders that we respond to a day, we throughout our travels, we are finding where all the encampments are, and we are scheduling those for helping to clean up. When we respond to these sites, we are dropping off trash bags to some of our own unhoused folks out there on the streets, and we are scheduling pickup times where we can help them clean up these sites to keep them, free and clear of debris and any other stuff that might not be good to be there. So we also respond to a lot of illegal dumping. So we respond to complaints about furniture being dumped in front of houses or apartment complexes. And in doing this, we tend to work with code enforcement as we can when we start finding, the spots that look like they're being dumped by certain residents. So we then give them code enforcement a call, and we work with them to deal with trying to mitigate these issues that we're finding there. Let's see. So I've been very proud to work with this crew. All these guys, like I said, were pulled from other departments and tasked with doing something that they weren't necessarily ever thought they would do. So they've done an amazing job taking on this job. And so that concludes my staff briefing at this point in time.
All right, thank you so much, Will. I'll throw it over to Jeremy as well and see if Jeremy had anything that he wanted to add.
Thank you, Mayor Rogers. Jeremy Gundy, Deputy Director of Field Services. I just want to add how proud I am of this crew. This is something that we put together. We weren't familiar entirely with what we were getting into, but the crew stepped up. We provided training. They actually offered a lot of good suggestions on areas that they thought that they could use some additional training and equipment. So they've been a real active part of the success of this program. So I just wanted to, once again, just say how proud I am of the team and everything that they're doing. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And I want to say thank you as well. The work that you're doing is very much noticed. I hear not just from friends and family, but neighbors, that they're noticing an impact in the community, and they're noticing a difference, particularly in some of our recreational areas where they like to congregate and where their kids like to be. So I just wanted to say thank you for that as well. I'll open up for council to see if there are any questions or comments. Madam Vice Mayor?
I also wanted to say thank you to the team. Having a resource and having some place or somewhere for community members, family and friends to call when they have something that they need picked up, or they have something that they see in the community that needs attention, and to see that it is done and completed in a timely manner it's invaluable. So thank you guys so much for your time and your commitment to our community and seeing that things are done and that it is done right. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I'll bring it back. If you have any additional questions or comments on the city manager's staff update tonight? All right, thank you, Will and Jeremy. We'll go to public comment on item number 7. That's our staff briefings. If you're interested in providing a comment tonight, go ahead and hit the raise hand feature on Zoom, or if you're in the chamber, feel free to make your way up to the podium. Seeing none, we'll keep moving. We have our city manager and city attorney reports. Mr. Cullen, do you want to start?
Thank you, Mayor Rogers and members of the council. I was pleased to join several members of the City Council at the recent California Cities Convention in Sacramento. Was able to attend several educational sessions on affordable housing strategies, pension cost management strategies, race and public health, diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in the city of Salinas and San Luis Obispo. So very nice to be able to attend an event in person and have lots of discussions and interesting conversations with city officials from all over the state. So appreciate your support for attending that meeting.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did want to report on a new bill that was signed into law just September 16th, so not long ago. It's AB 361, and it will allow us to continue to operate through hybrid meetings and teleconferencing meetings. So it is a very important step forward. As you may recall, the governor had issued executive orders starting very early in the pandemic to allow remote public meetings. Those executive orders, however, will expire on September 30th. So AB 361 takes the place. And AB 361 allows meetings to be held either teleconference or by hybrid methods during a defined state of emergency if either state or local officials have ordered or recommended social distancing, or the City Council itself finds that meeting in person would present imminent risks to the health or safety of attendees. So either one of those. And in fact, last week, the Sonoma County Health Officer did issue a very strong recommendation for continued allowance for remote attendance into public meetings, again, either by teleconference or by a hybrid system. AB 361 does require that we give specific notice to the public as to how individuals may participate in the meeting, either by phone or by internet. We must allow participation in real time, must allow adequate time for people to register into the meeting and register into any platform that's required. And we must recess the meeting if telephonic or internet connection is lost. We actually comply with all of those already. We will tweak some of the language to mirror the language of the statute, but otherwise we really are in compliance and in good shape. AB 361 also requires that within 30 days of the first remote meeting under the statute, the council must adopt certain findings. Originally we had placed that item on today's calendar. You'll see that on the agenda, but we have continued it. Considering that item today, those findings today would have required the council to invoke the exception to the city's early agenda policy. The council would have had to make a finding of good cause to consider the item without it having been on the preliminary agenda. Given the 30-day window, there was not essential to hear that today or to issue those findings today. So we have continued the item to October 12th. The item will appear on the preliminary agenda to be published later this week, and then of course on the final agenda published next week. It will then be heard on October 12th, and we will be in full compliance with our early agenda policy that way. I just wanted to explain why it was appeared on the agenda, but is being continued. But we can proceed on with remote meetings. So, happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, that is it. Thank you.
Great. Council, are there any questions on item number 8? Let's see if there's any public comment. I see no hands on Zoom, and I see nobody in the chambers moving for the podium. So we'll keep moving. Thank you so much, Madam City Attorney. Item number 9, statements of abstention by council members. Does anybody have an abstention that they have to register? Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thanks, Mayor. I have to abstain from the September 10th special meeting minutes. I was absent.
Okay. There are no other abstentions. We'll move on to our mayor's and council member reports. Who would like to begin? Councilmember Schwedel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just going along with what our city manager mentioned, I really did appreciate at the League of California Cities having both Mr. Cullen and our city attorney there, because after hearing some of these presentations from other cities, you could actually have a dialogue about how would that potentially apply towards this jurisdiction. So I really appreciate the two of you attending, because I think it was a fabulous conference. So thank you on that. Also want to report last weekend, the Coffee Neighborhood Park celebration did take place. It almost got canceled because of rain, but it was kind of like this tough call. But a couple hundred people showed up there. It was great. And then last night was one of the final Coffee Strong board meetings. They actually formed shortly after the Tubbs fire, has done tremendous work, and now they believe their work is done. And I do want to recognize two city employees that were recognized last night. That's Gabe Osborne, and Jesse Oswald. The two of them have really helped. And there's been other city employees also that have participated. I know Paul Lowenthal and some from Bureau Veritas went there, but they're just fabulous additions to what that group of folks were trying to do in the rebuild process. So Gabe and Jesse understand how appreciated they were in the Coffee Strong board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I also attended the League of California Cities, and I must say that's a great event. Although my event was cut short, but for great reasons, we were able to attend, the Vice Mayor and I, the Mitote Park, and I'll let her definitely elaborate on that. But I know the food was delicious, and I invite our community to go out there and really celebrate the different cuisine that Mitote Food Park has to offer in Roseland. On a more hot topic, I've been approached by many of our community members in regards to the sideshows, and it's something that cries public safety. It cries the chemicals that are being introduced into our waterways by the friction of tires, the burnt rubber. And it also promoted a lot of these spectators as well as enthusiasts to reach out and say, is there a better way to move the issue forward? I don't know if there is, but I'm definitely willing to entertain the conversation. I definitely want to go out in the community and speak with folks, and hopefully be able to report to my colleagues once goal setting comes about again in the beginning of the year. And hopefully gain the support to address this situation and enter into the conversation. And that is the report for the Roseland issue with the sideshows. I'd also report that I appointed Mark Walsh to our Charter Review Committee, and I'll leave the rest to Vice Mayor to report on the delicious food again there at the Mitote Food Park.
Mitote. I was able to celebrate the groundbreaking of the Mitote food truck in Roseland on Thursday, which was, I believe, September 23rd. Very exciting, wonderful sense of community. Food was delicious. And for all of you that did not see me on television, including myself, I think you missed out, because my friends and family teased me for at least 4 days. But I'm very excited, and we all need to go and participate and celebrate, because from what I hear, it was 10 years in the making for us to have this in our city. So this is such a wonderful thing, and it is going to be great. So very happy that I was able to participate in that. I also have some appointments for the Charter Review. My first would be Ronald Miller will be my first appointment. My second will be Ernesto Oliveros. And my third will be Christine Burns, And I also would like to take the time to wish her a happy birthday, because today is her birthday and she is off celebrating that. So I would like to thank the three of them for agreeing to participate in the charter review. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We will go to Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first I'd like to mirror Mr. Colin's comments and Councilmember Schwedhelm's comments on our conference in Sacramento. Oftentimes what we hear at the breakout sessions are things that Santa Rosa is already doing. And that was not completely the case, although it was often the case, because Santa Rosa does tend to lead the way oftentimes. And the North Bay tends to lead the way. But in this case, so we brought home some valuable nuggets, I think, which will help lead us in particular directions in the future with various topics. So a very successful conference and well-attended, regardless of the mask wearing. And secondly, I would like to, very pleased to appoint Mr. Jim Pedgriff to the General Plan Community Advisory Committee, which is getting ready to get busy. So that'll do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll start off with my charter review appointments for Stephanie and Dina. I'll be appointing Brian Lang, Dan Condren, and Adriana Arizon. So those should be my three for the charter review. I actually want to take a minute too to quickly address side shows as well and let Councilmember Alvarez know that we've been talking about this at length on the downtown subcommittee. And if you know, and the fact that I heard from Councilmember Alvarez today, to me suggests that we probably should have a broader conversation about sideshows at the city council level. So I don't know, Eddie, if you want to take any action on that today, or if you're still information gathering, but I'd be happy to second an item to that effect to be put on the agenda if you want to do that today or some point in the future. But we've had some robust discussions at I want to say DET, the downtown subcommittee level, and we have a lot to share on that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'll start off my comments by appointing Jocelyn Villalobos to the Charter Committee. Jocelyn is a senior at Santa Rosa High School and is a youth promotor, and I'm really excited that she's interested in stepping up to serve the community in that capacity. And I think that might finalize our appointments across the council with a item coming on October 12th for the council to consider a recommendation for the chair. I also did want to report out on the League of Cities conference. Thank you to folks who were able to join us there. I did vote on the city's behalf, was served on the resolutions committee, and then later in the day, or the next day, was when the full League of Cities considered the two items. The first item that came before the council was on the distribution of sales tax based on the sales tax hubs that we had a lengthy discussion about last time. That measure did not make it out of the resolutions committee, so it did not get considered by the full body. The second item was the item of streamlining and working with the CPUC surrounding railroad tracks for debris and other encampment issues, and that one did pass with some jockeying for some additional language from the resolutions committee, and ultimately passed with the League of Cities as well. As this group knows, I've spent the last year as the chair of the Environmental Quality Committee. Thankfully, my term has now ended on that, but I was also asked, and I may have reported out before, but it became formal, was asked to serve as a potential mediator on a different issue that's coming up before the League of Cities that this council should be aware of. There was a proposed constitutional amendment last year, ACA 7. And what ACA 7 essentially says is that any charter city can invalidate any statewide law that applies to local land use by adopting an ordinance. Through the League of Cities, their frame is always, how do we maximize local control? And this is the ultimate local control measure. It came particularly around housing out of the Housing Committee with support from the committee. With SB 9 and SB 10 being signed this year, folks were really interested in having a tool for local jurisdictions to push back on the top-down regulations that were coming. The challenge is, while it was supported in the Housing Committee, it was absolutely opposed in the Environmental Committee. Because this would also allow jurisdictions to pass an ordinance that says that CEQA doesn't apply and other types of statewide environmental regulations. So I've been asked to serve on this committee to see if there is some form of a reasonable recommendation that the league can take on this constitutional amendment and find a path forward. So I'll keep folks in the loop as that plays out as well. That will open it up to public comment for council members' reports. Seeing nobody in the chamber rise and seeing no hands on Zoom, we'll keep moving. We have 3 minutes for submission today, 2 from July 13th for both the special and regular meeting, as well as September 10th for the special meeting. Council, do we have any amendments to those 3 minutes? Let's see if there's any public comment for changes to those minutes. All right, seeing none, we'll show those adopted without objection and with Councilmember Tibbetts abstaining from item 11.3. Mr. City Manager, the consent calendar, please.
Mayor Rogers and members of the City Council, we have 5 items on the consent calendar this afternoon, beginning with item 12.1, a resolution for approval and adoption of the city's salary plan and schedules. Item 12.2, a resolution recommending the approval of the third amendment of the General Services Agreement number F001626 for janitorial services for the Santa Rosa Water. Item 12.3, a resolution revising the schedule of parking fees to add non-resident permit fees for the 3rd Street Garage. Item 12.4, an ordinance adoption. An ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Title 20 of the Santa Rosa City Code by reclassifying the property located at 1225 Fulton Road from the PD Plan Development classification to the RR Rural Residential Zoning District. File number REZ 20-004. And finally, item 12.5. Also an ordinance adoption, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Title 20 of the Santa Rosa City Code by reclassifying the property located at 1434 Peterson Lane to the R16 Single Family Residential Zoning District, file number REZ 21-001.
Mr. City Manager, are there any questions on the consent calendar tonight?
I have a question, Mayor.
Council member?
Is it possible to respond to another council member's comment, such as the case with Councilman Tibbetts?
Yes, on the appropriate item. And so during that item would have been the appropriate time. I'll give you a minute here if you would like to respond.
Very shortly. Councilman Tibbetts, I do appreciate the offer that you just made. I am in the exploratory stage of the sideshows, but I do appreciate that there's information that has been garnered as is, and I would love to sit with you and discuss this further and see how we can actually move this issue further. And I do appreciate the offer that you made. Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Tibbetts, we'll go back to the consent calendar. Did you have any questions?
I do. I was wondering if I could pull item 12.3, Mayor.
Okay, we'll pull that and we'll consider that separate. Are there any other questions on items 12.1 through 12.5, excluding 12.3? Let's go ahead and take public comment on 12.1, 2, 4, and 5. Go ahead, Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you. My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. On the item 12.1, in the past, the city would have the documents available here in the chambers so we could look at the pay schedule that had been decided upon. Apparently, you have a electronic device, and that's where the public is supposed to get this information. It's very cumbersome and difficult to use. Only one person can use it at a time, and I wasn't able to find this publicly available pay schedule that you're talking about when I was in the city manager's office earlier. So I'd like to ask that, especially on these items that have to do with pay, that you have a hard copy available for the public to look at and see just what the changes have been. According to this, it says you had the last adoption in 2019. So it'd be really nice to see how much percentage increased and for which categories, which employers are doing better and which haven't been getting perhaps as much as they might need. I always advocate for the maintenance people and the city workers at the lower levels to get increased pay when possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. DeWitt.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Diaz. I am from the Roseland area of town where we once owned our sheriff's department. My family on both sides have located in Sonoma County since the early 60s, and we've been here ever since. I was a student to Meadowview Elementary off of Hearn Avenue, Lawrence Cook Middle School, which is on Sebastopol Road, and a graduate of Elsie Allen High School of 2015. I come here to speak in honor of Renee Mora Aguiano. Last Thursday, we would have both been celebrating our quarter-century birthdays this fall. However, on Valentine's Day of 2016, he lost his life to gun violence. I appreciate what was said by my fellow Roseland community member in regards of his detailed concerns and well-being for Roseland during the last meeting. Our site has been neglected, undervalued, misunderstood, and severely judged by others living in different areas of town. This is the first time This is the first year that we have had someone from our actual community representing us. I also want to point out that I happened to be stuck on traffic on September 16th, 2021 on my way to the Mexican drive-thru because I decided not to cook. I wanted to be clear that this incident was not planned by members of our community. In fact, the truck in front of me happened to be high school children, with one wearing an Annalise sweater. Being stuck there for about an hour, I realized that many who were present happened to be children in ages of 12 to 23. I also want to mention that many of the youth that were there were from different areas of Sonoma County. I rolled down the window to ask a group of kids where they were from. They replied, Hillsburg, California. Kids want to feel a part of something, and that is why we desperately need to invest in our youth. It was not until last year for a car cruise that the real Mexican Independence Day was finally acknowledged. We must step up as a city and celebrate our Hispanics of our community. It is 2 days out of the year to celebrate your daily housekeepers, gardeners, childcare providers, car wash employees, and field workers who break their backs for $12 an hour. It is time for change because we need to do it for all the right reasons. The children of Sonoma County will continue to pull rebellious acts. It's bad enough that we are still living in a COVID era, but either NICSO reports need to be sent out to parents in advance before incidents like this occur, or we need to take the time and dedication to plan family events for every Cinco de Mayo and Mexican Independence Day in the Roseland area from here on out. My name is Anna Diaz. I'm 24 years old, and in honor of Renee Mora, I plan to be the mayor of Santa Rosa before the age of 40.
All right, thank you so much. So we are taking public comments on our consent calendar. We'll see if there's any others online. I'm not seeing any hands. So, Madam Vice Mayor.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, absolutely.
What does it mean for Jack to pull 12.3 because he didn't
So what we'll do is we'll take the items 12.1, 12.2, 12.4,
I
and
know how to
12.5.
call it, but what does that mean? Because he
Yeah.
didn't abstain, so to pull it, what does that mean? He just doesn't want to vote on it?
Yeah, that means he wants to consider it separate from the others. So he needs more information and perhaps wants to take a different position on it.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay. I move items 12.1 through 12.2 and 12.3 through 12.5 and waive further reading of the text.
12.4 through 12.5, correct?
12.4 through 12.5 and waive further reading of the text. Yes.
Second.
12.4 through 12.5.
Okay, we have a motion from the Vice Mayor and a second from Councilmember Sawyer for items 12.1, 2, 4, and 5. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Tibbetts,
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm,
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer,
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming,
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers,
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
Okay, and then Councilmember, did you have any questions or comments related to 12.3?
Yes, I have a question for Director Nadeau or whoever the designated staff person is on the parking item 12.3.
Yep. I think we have Ms. Nadeau on the Zoom.
Hey, Director. Thank you. I have a couple questions for you about reserved versus non-reserved. What's the average that each one of those parking spaces brings in per day if it's just generally open to the public, not reserved, not a non-reserved?
In that garage, it's $1 an hour. So I don't have at hand what the average amount per space is that we are generating today. So I can get that and provide that for you, but the maximum per day is $10. So if somebody were to park there for the full day, which generally people don't, but that is the max.
Okay. But if it's $1 an hour, it's not going to be over $24, I take it, for a full 24-hour cycle?
No, because we have a maximum for the day. So yeah, they wouldn't pay $24 for 24 hours. I'm sorry, I'm looking at what the is. Yeah, it's $10 per day. If you were to just pull it, go there, pull a ticket, and you could park for 24 hours for $10.
So is the difference between reserved and non-reserved that if I have a non-reserved pass, I drive in and I can park anywhere that I find a spot for the full day? Or how does that work? I assume that if I pay for a reserved space that I have, a number that is assigned to me and that's where I park. Is that correct?
That's correct. So there are 35 designated reserved spaces in the 3rd Street garage. Mm-hmm. They're the ones that are the lower, you go down basically to park in those spaces, and nobody else can park in them. They are specifically identified and assigned to a particular person. The non-reserved permits are, you obviously can't park in the reserved spaces, but you can park anywhere else in the garage, and you don't have a particular space designated for you. And the reason that is advantageous for the city is those reserved spaces sit empty a lot of the time, because people aren't always there. They have a permit for the month, they're employees, they work from home sometimes, they're on vacation, they're sick, whatever. A lot of times the reserve space sits vacant and unused. So there's a benefit to the city for offering non-reserve permits because you're getting maximum use of spaces. And particularly in that garage, it's the most popular and it's the smallest.
Okay, and if I remember from the staff report correctly, on the reserve side, you have a wait list for reserved parking spaces?
Correct.
How many are on reserve? Or excuse me, how many are waitlisted? My apologies.
I believe it's, shoot, I don't have that at hand either. I think it's around 12 to 15.
Okay. 12, because you'll recall I sent you an email a while back. One of the tenants in a building on Old Courthouse Square was asking us for reserved spaces, And at the time, we weren't able to provide them for whatever reason. And so when I saw this come up on consent, I thought this might be an appropriate time to bring it up to you and the council that there does seem to be a lot of demand for reserved spaces to serve those office complexes on Old Courthouse Square.
Well, I would clarify. The clarification is that we've never had non-reserved permits in the 3rd Street garage. So the reason there's a waiting list for permits in that garage is because that's the only permits that were available. It wasn't necessarily that people have a desire for a reserve permit. They just want a permit in that garage.
Okay, so, and I'm sorry for all these questions. This to me was an opportunity to bring this up because I'm looking at the cost differential here. And, you know, we know the woes of the parking department. And I'm thinking this is a great way to make a lot more money to support our parking department above and beyond just providing spaces for the general public. And we know too that a lot of these garages are never at full occupancy. It's probably only a couple times a year that they hit 100% occupancy. So it seems to me like there's a financially advantageous opportunity to either do more reserves or non-reserves. And so with the question with the non-reserves, my last one, I promise, is if I buy a non-reserve pass, will the ticket taker, the automatic ticket taker at the gate ensure that the 60 non-reserved passes that we're proposing to pass today will have a spot reserved? Or could there be a situation where I buy the pass, I come in and the facility's full?
It is possible that you could purchase a permit and the garage could be full and you would not be able to find a space. That is possible. It's unlikely. We try to manage the facilities so that we don't find ourselves in a bind like that. And in my 10 years, we have not. That has not been an issue, but theoretically, that could be an issue. And when you purchase a non-reserve permit, you're signing and acknowledging that it doesn't guarantee you a space.
Is there a way we can program our arm thingamajig at the gateway to kind of, you know, do accounting so that if we've got people buying these non-reserve passes that they're not going to be wasting their money and not getting a spot when they need to? It seems to me if we're going to be charging that money, and I hear what you're saying that the non-reserved is better than the reserved. To me, it seems like a good middle ground from folks who want a reserve, but as you said, don't fill them up. So this seems like a great kind of solution for the city. But I think we should really make sure that, you know, I'm not going to spend $120 on the pass and then not have a spot to park.
That I agree, and that is where the management of the program comes into place. We can't, if we were to program the system the way that you're requesting or suggesting, that is essentially, we're back in the reserved permit situation. We're saying we have to leave 60 spaces empty in that garage, even though 60 permit holders are very unlikely to be in the garage at the same time. It's almost never happens because, you know, people have different schedules and things happen. So we wouldn't want to program the garage to say we're always going to have however many permits are outside the garage, always keeping space for them. That would be the same as having reserved, almost the same as having reserved spaces. So it really comes down to actively managing the facilities to ensure that we aren't selling more permits than we can accommodate. And based on what's happening right now, I don't see that being an issue at all. We have capacity to absorb these permits and also absorb the level of transient visitors that are coming downtown.
Okay, well, I trust you, Director Nadeau, so thank you. I will say for the council, I've had two different landlords in two different buildings in the last few months ask me to bring to the council or bring to the parking department a request for more reserved spaces. And I was obliged to try to do that because to me, we're going to live in a world post-COVID where retail office space is going to be in lower demand. And when we have all these efforts to populate our downtown with people working to go support our businesses, if we have a surplus of parking spaces, I hope we'll consider either non-reserved for now, but reserved too. If a landlord asks for it, I think we should make that accommodation. But thank you, Director Nadeau.
Thank you, council member. Are there any other questions? All right, Vice Mayor, would you like to make a motion?
Move item 12.3 and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Motion by the Vice Mayor and a second from Councilmember Sawyer. Madam Clerk, if you could call the roll.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
Okay, council. We have our public hearing cannot start until 5 o'clock rather than going on to item 14.1, which I think will be a little bit lengthy. I see we have a couple folks in the chambers who are waiting for 15.1. We'll go ahead and recess until 5 o'clock. That's about 5 minutes. Please don't go too far, and then we'll come back with item 15.1. All right, council, let's go ahead and bring it back. Madam City Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Tibbetts. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts, have you joined us? Okay, let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Tibbetts.
Great. Mr. City Manager, let's do item 15.1.
Mayor Rogers and members of the City Council, item 15.1 is a public hearing. The matter before the council is the adoption of a mitigated negative declaration and master plan for the Roseland Creek Community Park. Jen Santos, our Deputy Director of Parks, is going to be doing the staff presentation on this item.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Rogers. I'm Jen Santos, the Deputy Director for Parks. I also have with me, or joining me at some point soon, our Chair of the City's Board of Community Services, Carol Quant, our Environmental Consultant, David J. Powers, Will Burns representing, and Ben Fish from Design Workshop, our Design Consultant, and as well as our Community Engagement Consultant, Cecile Kiribon from Chi Consulting to answer any questions. Tonight, this item will present the Roseland Creek Community Park Master Plan and the associated environmental analysis and declaration. Next slide, please. So just to orient ourselves as a reminder of where we're talking about, we're looking in the Roseland area. The yellowish orange square in the middle represents where you would see Roseland Creek Community Park in relation to this area of the city. So we're west of 101 and south of Highway 12. You also see a little green square nearby, and that is Bear Neighborhood Park, about a 6-acre park. And so you can see that this is a really important component and an important part of this community, as there is only a neighborhood park and a small South Davis Community Park, neighborhood park at the intersection of Highway 12 and 101. Next slide. So moving in a little closer, we can kind of see a closer view, maybe an air balloon view of Roseland Creek Community Park. There's Roseland Creek Elementary across the street, across Burbank Avenue from the park. We also have McMinn Avenue on the top northern section of the park. The park is generally surrounded by single-family homes, as well as an agricultural area to the south, and ranch farmhouses, and similar areas around the park itself. If you look within the park in the orange area, you can see a lot of oak trees. You can see that Roseland Creek passes through the park on the southern to middle end of it. You also can see some older homes, of which council has already approved the removal of the above ground structures of these existing homes. On site, we have one at the very top right corner, a couple in the middle, several outbuildings, as well as an older farm residence on the southern half of the parcel. We've had use of this parcel since at least the mid-1800s, and up until the 1950s, it's being used as ranchettes and small farm areas. You can still see, if you can really see, look in there, some lines of green. Those are planted vegetation kind of in the middle towards the creek that were being used by the recent homeowners of that area in the park. So there's been a lot of active uses over the years of these parcels. Next slide, please. And so I wanted to show you that the park is actually currently divided into 4 parcels, which is really common for a lot of our parks. In 2011, we purchased 3 of those parcels. You can see the top 2 and the bottom parcel listed as 2011. We bought those parcels from the private owners with support for the acquisition from the Sonoma County Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District. We were part of their matching grant program, and they provided funds for at least 50% of the acquisition of those parcels. And so in 2018, we were fortunate enough to work with the Ag and Open Space District again and receive another matching grant to purchase the parcel in the middle, the southern half of the middle, which says 2018 on it. We do have from 2011 2 conservation easements as a requirement of those purchase, as well as an agreement to essentially provide conservation of the native species on site, such as oak woodlands, as well as providing recreational opportunities for our citizens into the future. The Ag and Open Space District also, as part of those 2011 covenants and agreements, have a requirement to reduce the amount of non-permeable paving. So when I say permeable, that means that rainwater can pass through something such as concrete with holes in it. So that's a very common and long-lasting method, or boardwalks or other decomposed granite, other things like that that allow rainwater to move through. So on these sites that say 2011, there is a restriction on the top 2 sites, each parcel. We are allowed to use up to 5% of the total parcel for non-permeable surfacing. So there is an understanding that we will be using a lot of permeable surfacing up here in these 2 areas. On the very southern parcel, down at the bottom of the slide, where it says 2011, there is an allowable use of non-permeable paving of about 20% of that particular parcel. So you'll see in the upcoming slides, there's more development and more information, more amenities in this part of the park. In 2018, both the Ag and Open Space District and the city recognized that we would be better served, mutually better served, by having one conservation easement over the entire park rather than 3 distinct conservation easements and recreation covenants. So we are in the process right now working with the Ag and Open Space District to finalize the entire conservation easement. It's really going to be very similar to the one from 2011. And so we are still in negotiations for the percent of non-permeable paving for the parcel labeled 2018. And we provided, based on the master plan, around 17% to 20% need for non-permeable paving going forward. The other thing that is as a requirement of the Ag and Open Space District is, if you look at the very top parcel there, it's a lot of beige grassland area. We do have a requirement from 2011 to install a path, pedestrian path that connects McMinn Avenue across to Burbank Avenue and then across to Rosa Creek Elementary School. We have been out of compliance with that requirement since 2016. The city cannot install a crosswalk at this location and provide the safe route to school until this master plan and the environmental document is approved at council. So we are working with the Ag and Open Space District. They have been very patient with the city as we are coming into compliance, hopefully soon, with that. But we have been out of compliance, and we do look forward to providing that to our residents soon. Next slide, please. So just by way of background, just wanted to mention that the plans you'll see tonight do comply with the 2035 general plan. It designates this park as a community park. The master plan amenities comply with the Ag and Open Space conservation easements and agreements, with the exception that we have not installed the pathway on the northern section as required. The master plan also complies with the Citywide Creek Master Plan and the Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan. And of course, the master plan has received a thorough environmental analysis. Next slide, please. So I want to put this map up you can kind of see the whole area, including Roseland of the Southwest. You can see all the other parks in green that are within the Southwest area. And you can see circled in orange are 2 existing community parks, as well as a future planned community park out by the airfield area. So you see 3 orange circles in there. Those are the designated general plan community parks for the Southwest area. Right now we have Roseland, it's undeveloped. We also have Southwest, which is fairly well developed. There's still a few future developments to come at Southwest. And Airfield has yet to be, the Airfield Park, future community park has yet to be purchased, but that is the plan. And usually what we see is that parks follow development. In this case, we were able to reach out ahead of annexation and from the county received Southwest Community Park. And we were advanced in Roseland in purchasing and acquiring Roseland. Many thanks to the neighbors and former staff members here at the city and the city council for approving that acquisition. There are red trees on this plan, so those are actually future neighborhood parks, with the exception of the red tree shown in the orange circle off to the left of the screen. That's a future neighborhood park. If you look at these 3 circles, you can see why Roseland Creek is really important to this community. Without that space there, there's a real void. We're limited in land in this area of that size and that availability. And so we really do look to Roseland as a huge asset to the city. We also know that the demand for recreation in this particular area around Roseland and Fair and Southwest is really high. We have the highest use picnic reservations in this area outside of Howard Park. We also have an extremely high density in the Roseland and Southwest area of the city. And we also know that our planning and economic development staff are showing that we have over 800 additional homes coming in within a mile of this park that are pending developments right now. One of which is a multifamily development just south of this park. We also have just outside of the 1 mile marker, other multifamily developments coming to this part of Southwest. So we know we have a lot of intense uses right now, and we anticipate the intensity to grow with multifamily units without much access to yards or green space at their house. So again, this particular park is of great importance to this area. Next slide. So just a quick look at where we're at with Southwest area demographics and planning compared with the 2035 general plan projections. If you look on the left side of your screen here, you can see existing conditions, and on the right of your screen, 2035 general plan projections. So the last census shows the entire Southwest area to contain about 27,162 people. And the 2035 general plan projections are at 28,466. So we're really only about 1,300 people away from the 2035 projections. And it's likely that the city will exceed this general plan projection with housing that has very limited to no backyards. The 2035 general plan projects 3 community parks, as we mentioned before, and 15 neighborhood parks, of which we have about a half of the requirement met in the Southwest area. And we are very close to exceeding the population density projected in 2035. So we might exceed that, we might get close, but again, we wanted to provide this for you so we could see that the general plan was correct in locating this park in this neighborhood. Our standard, just by reference for general plan standard, is about 3.5 acres of city park per 1,000 residents. So we're a little under that right now, which is to be expected because the southwest part of Santa Rosa has not grown as fast as other parts of the city. So we anticipate that to grow. We do look at, we're looking at a general plan projection of 3.9 acres of park per 1,000 feet, which is fantastic for this area, but we are not there yet. Next slide, please. And so before we look at the Roseland Creek Master Plan, I get this question a lot. What is a master plan? What is it supposed to represent? What are we supposed to see in a master plan? So I thought it might be important to add in some other master plans we have in the city for reference, so we can look at what is a master plan. In our agency, master plans are a one-page graphic representation to scale of an aerial view of our parkland with the desired amenities requested from the community. And you can see Kiwanis Springs Community Park at the top of the slide, a place to play community park on the bottom left, and on the bottom right, it looks like the lettering got cut off, but that is Bear Neighborhood Park, which is very close to Roseland. And so if you'll notice, these are big picture concepts. We don't get into a lot of detail. Bear Neighborhood Park has a little bit more detail than some of the others because we had funding to complete the park from start to finish. So we could take it that one step, that one extra step. Whereas Kiwanis Springs has a finished master plan, but to date, we have not been able to move forward with any implementation. We are working on the community garden and getting that rolling as we wait for additional funding and grant opportunities to implement the remainder of this master plan, which is very similar to a place to play. I think in my 7 years here, we've updated the master plan at least twice, with maybe a third time pending. The place to play master plan still has shuffleboard on it. So at the time it was created, that was something that was important to the community. But we also understand that master plans tend to create amendments over time to correspond to whatever the community's desires are at that moment. But in each of these plans, a corresponding environmental analysis was done. So any significant changes to any of these plans, including the Roseland plan, we'll show you later, would require additional community engagement and environmental analysis. But generally, as long as there isn't a significant change, we can move forward with these. And if, for instance, on Kiwanis Spring, it's 5 or 10 years from now before we can do something significant at that park, we'll reach back out to the community to make sure we still want those amenities. As we would with a place to play, we recognize that maybe shuffleboard may not be as popular, or maybe it is and we just haven't heard from the community in a while. So just to kind of give you a sense of what a master plan is and what it represents, it really is the big picture. We don't get into the details of what sort of paving and benches and drinking fountains. You really won't see a lot of that. It's hard to represent. This is generally to say we want soccer fields here. We want lawn here. We want children's play areas there. So let's just go into our next slide. So for Roseland Creek Community Park, we have done an enormous amount of outreach. We started the outreach long before my career at the city began in 2009. And if you look, we've had 12 community workshops. That's an enormous undertaking. These were all in-person community workshops to gather feedback. You can see some images there. We tried to meet with a variety of folks in the community. Also of great importance is that we had 5 Board of Community Services public meetings where we received feedback from our city's Board of Community Services and returned to the community, returned back to the Board of Community Services 5 times. The Board of Community Services has recommended this plan to council once and has recommended the follow-up again as well. A unanimous vote to vote forward for council approval. We've visited the binational health fairs. We've been at all the Roseland annexation and specific plan meetings with our plans and collecting feedback the whole time. We've been to all of the Community Advisory Board open house meetings as well. Next slide, please. And we also, in addition to the 2009 to 2018 meetings, we added additional meetings in 2019. The latest trend in collecting feedback, especially from the recommendation from the state Parks and Recreation team, is that you target groups, especially groups that wouldn't traditionally want to participate in a city public meeting. And we had great success with our outreach. We were at Shepherd Elementary. We were at Roseland Prep High School. We were at the Roseland Cinco de Mayo Festival. We visited our senior community, Chelsea Gardens. And we were at the Southwest Santa Rosa Healthy Action Partnership meeting. And of course, you can see an image down there on the bottom right. We were at the Land Paths Garden Celebration. We collected a lot of information from these, but at Shepherd, the preferred amenities for the park were sports courts and playgrounds. At Roseland University Prep High School, students requested the sport court be built first. At the Cinco de Mayo Festival, we received a lot of varying and diverse responses and comments. It was about a tie between the request to build a nature center and a playground first. There were also many requests to utilize the nature center as a community center. At our Chelsea Senior Gardens community, there was a request to build the lawn and turf area first of the park, and a request for stable surfacing for walking and exploring the park. At our Southwest Santa Rosa Healthy Action meeting, there was an overwhelming request to accommodate families. And at our Land Paths meeting, we had a request for, of course, community garden and outdoor classrooms. In summary, in addition to all of the community meetings we've had from 2009 up, including all of these meetings in 2019, we had a very similar dynamic happening within this community. We had folks interested in items that allowed for active uses. And we also had a significant and vocal group looking for a preference for protecting and enhancing the nature found at Roseland Creek Community Park and preserving it. So that's a theme we see at almost every meeting. When you start to combine some of the results we've had, that is a corresponding theme in this community. We had community members that are looking for a natural park that have been involved in this long before 2009. We don't have any records of that, but that is what we're hearing from this community, that they had the idea to have this park here, and they've been behind this park since then, and they've been very active in coming to all of the meetings. But we do hear a wide variety of feedback beyond that group as well. Next slide, please. So if you look at some of the ways we've been able to outreach to our community, these are just some of the basic things we do for most of our in-person meetings. We had direct mail postcards, of course, to residents and property owners. We e-blast attendees of our previous Roseland planning meetings. And of course, we have our Santa Rosa Recreation and Parks newsletter and newsletter subscribers. We have outreach at the park. We have signage at the park a lot of the times. And of course, we have one for this public hearing tonight. And we also, during all these times, have online surveys or paper surveys that people could take, depending on if we were in a pandemic situation or not. So we've had a lot of ways for folks to participate over the years. And we have had participation since 2009. So it's been a long time coming for this park. Next slide, please. So I'm only going to do one look back, because I know we've had more than eight different changes to this master plan since 2009. There's been a lot of changes. But if we look back to 2010, I thought this was an important starting point, because this plan is often mentioned a lot of times in different circles. This was the plan that the city submitted as a draft to the Ag and Open Space District to receive matching grant funds. The Ag and Open Space recognized that it was a draft and that the city would continue to do outreach. Certainly, I'm not sure if the county expected us to continue this conversation 11 years later, but here we are. And I wanted to just touch base with this and look at this plan. This is the graphic that was used. We have trails throughout, wetlands/vernal pools, preservation of oak trees, of course, a parking lot in the middle to support a nature center, and there's about 20-something parking spaces there, although there's no count. We have 2 pedestrian bridges in the plan to cross over Rosa Creek. We have a multi-use turf area at the bottom part of this plan, which is essentially lawn. That's another way of saying that. We have a multi-purpose trail for pedestrians and bikes that runs from the southern left far corner along Burbank Avenue all the way through the park up to the farthest right-hand side off McMinn Avenue. We have a playground in the southern section, a restroom, picnic area, and off to the far southern part, we have what's called a Pomo Interpretive Village and picnicking areas in there. I just wanted to use this as a basis for discussion as we move through what we've been doing over the last 11 years. Next slide, please. And so just to summarize, I know you've heard a little bit about this before, but I wanted to take the time to summarize it here that there is a group of residents who would like the park to return to a natural state with little to no improvement except for trails, a nature center, and associated parking. All of our other community comments generally include requests for amenities such as lawn, general play and yoga and things like that, playgrounds, group picnicking, regular picnics, dog parks, pump tracks, community gardens, restrooms, parking trails, fitness equipment, basketball courts, barbecues, an outdoor sink, and a teen center. And of course, on the other end of that spectrum, we also had requests for intense development, such as a bicycle velodrome, a veteran center, regulation soccer, baseball, and requests, of course, on the far other side is no improvements at all. So that's what we've been hearing. And this is a consistent thing we've been hearing throughout these 11 years. And I wanted to take the time to make that point again. Next slide, please. So with that, with all of that outreach and studying, of course, we had a recommendation from the Board of Community Services for the master plan in 2018. Our environmental consultant started the environmental analysis of a draft plan in 2017. And once we had a path forward from our Board of Community Services, the environmental consultant went full steam ahead and conducted the full environmental analysis based on the master plan at the time, called an initial study. And essentially they look at what sort of amenities are shown within the master plan as asked for by the community, and they analyze any impacts to the environment based on the amenities requested in the park. There's, of course, a full environmental evaluation of the site, which includes a biological study as well. Next slide, please. And so a year later, we end up with a notice of intent to adopt a mitigated negative declaration. And we submit that to the county. And essentially what that is it's saying that the impacts to the environment of this master plan are mitigated to a negative declaration. So it concludes essentially that the impacts will be mitigated to a less than significant level through implementation of mitigation measures through compliance with existing municipal code requirements and of course city standards. And just as a reminder, the council must first adopt the mitigated negative declaration and then a master plan as part of the council item. The environmental document also contains any sort of public comments received as well as the response to those comments. Next slide, please. As part of our master planning process, we also, if you recall from the first master plan in 2010, there was a request for a Pomo village or Pomo theme area in the master plan. And when reaching out to our tribal nations, reaching out to Grayton Rancheria to ask them what sort of amenities they would like to see in this Pomo village or Pomo themed area. And they were very clear with staff that the request for a Pomo village and a Pomo theme should be removed and not shown on the plan as going forward. They also additionally requested that fire barbecues and water, and as an outdoor sink, and picnicking, parking for elder access, proximity to restroom, and identification of all the native tree species along the southern side of the Roseland Creek be provided to them and worked into the plan. That was their request. They also, of course, have reviewed the environmental documents and have no comments. Next slide, please. We also worked with the Lytton Rancheria of California, and they reviewed the draft concept plan. We asked for comments back or to meet with them, and we did not receive any comments back. They did have the opportunity to review the environmental documents, and again, no comments. We also have had a person from a local area in Roseland claiming to be part of the Dry Creek Pomo Rancheria. And when we reached out to the contact for Dry Creek Rancheria, they had no interest in the park and no comments for the park, and noted that they are the ones that would provide comments if they had it, and not necessarily folks from out in the area. So we ultimately removed that area from the plan without the support from our tribal nations. Next slide, please. So let's look at what went to council back in 2020. And this was the plan that was recommended for approval by our Board of Community Services. And then this is also the accumulation of all the feedback we've received from community members since 2009. And I'll just take a little bit more time to walk through this plan and go through it. If you look, we have some trails, the brown trails all over the park. We have some at the top, some that go through the bottom, and the base of the park as well. You'll see a multi-use trail shown in a striped yellow and brownish color running from McMinn Avenue all the way down and across the park to exit near Burbank Avenue at the southern end of the park. The little orange dots are representative of interpretive signage. So interpreting what you're seeing, native oaks or anything historical that the community would like to interpret. We also have some smaller green squares at the bottom portion of this plan, and those represent fitness equipment along the pathways and trails. In working with the Ag and Open Space District, it was a request that this fitness equipment, which would be 1 or 2 items off a trail, be limited to the southern portion of the park. And then you see them there. In the middle portion of the park, we have a parking lot as well as a nature center. It's that white box off to the left in the middle. The nature center has about 19 parking spaces and, of course, a fire truck turnaround. And the nature center is shown about the same size as the pavilion and kitchen at Bear Neighborhood Park, if any of you have been there. It's a relatively small space, but we also have a large overhang for outdoor area. And it's not really determined if it should be a building or an outdoor pavilion, but nevertheless, we looked at the impacts as if it was a building, so that if the city wanted to do that in the future, we have that option. In the middle, it's really hard to see. There's a label that says picnic area. So what we intended from there was to show that there is a picnic area around existing oak trees and throughout the area. Right now it's a gravel pathway, a gravel driveway in that area. And so we intended to have just scattering of picnic tables in there, much like you'd see at Howard Park. And off to the right of the picnic area, a community garden or outdoor classroom area. That's the area that was being used previously as a garden and a vegetable garden for the previous owner of that parcel. And of course, we have 2 pedestrian bridges that overcross the Roseland Creek. And we have an area down in purple that is representative of something wonderful we found at this park, which was existing purple needle grass. And so, of course, we want to preserve that and celebrate that and interpret the purple needle grass. So you can see it down there with trails around and interpretive signage. And there's a small picnic area off to the left of that, as well as a multi-use turf field in the center. So that's essentially a lawn. It's a very small area of lawn. We did have a lot of requests for people to picnic and throw frisbees and do yoga classes and different things like that on the lawn for quiet and passive uses. That's about the same size as the lawn you would see at Bear Neighborhood Park. So it's pretty small for a community park, but it also provides that surfacing for that isn't paved. And then there is a restroom. It's shown and interpreted as part of the environmental review as a building, in case the city would like to make it a building. It could also be a bank of portable restrooms in the future, whatever is suited at the time that we implement this plan. There's also at the very bottom left a driveway and a parking lot. And we do have a requirement for fire truck access to this area where we're providing amenities. And so we are showing a smaller parking lot and a fire truck turnaround there. And just above that, a group picnic area and a shade structure. And so this is just an overall reminder of where we were at in 2020. And this was the plan that was used to put forth to council. It was also the recommendation from the Board of Community Services. Again, as I mentioned previously, this plan has seen countless changes. It's been through many iterations, but this is where we found ourselves in 2020 and 2019. Next slide, please. And so just a reminder about this plan, we did bring the plan forward to council with the recommendation of the Board of Community Services on January 14th. The master plan was presented and the council received community feedback. And the council also received a citizen developed park plan at that time at the council meeting, and ultimately requested that staff conduct a follow-up community meeting that also included the plan submitted at that evening at the council meeting. Next slide, please. And so the next step that we did was to hold and conduct that follow-up meeting. It was planned on March 4th. The neighborhood group, calling themselves the Neighborwood group, presented their ideal park plan to the community. We also had members of the Planning and Economic Development Department presenting pending and future development to the community. Our transportation folks were there presenting bus routes and bicycle plans for the Southwest, specifically adjacent to the park. We also had, of course, Recreation and Parks there, showing park adjacencies and master plan examples. And of course, the previous master plan was available and presented as well. And at this meeting, well, let's go ahead and jump to the next slide and I'll go into our next. So just to back up a bit, I just wanted to remind the council of the plan that they asked the staff to bring forward to the community. This is the community submitted plan at the council meeting, and it was presented at our March 4th, 2020 meeting by members from the Rosa Creek Neighborhood group. And I think the interesting thing here is looking at the similarities. So the similarities to the community-based plan show pathways, a bike path, a nature center, one restroom, a greenhouse, and 2 picnic tables, one small parking lot, preservation of oak woodlands, an outdoor classroom, a children's play area, and preservation of purple needle grass, 2 pedestrian bridges, upland habitat restoration in the very top of the of the plan up here. And they also show restoration regarding the creek down here in the blue thing. So there's similarities to the plan as well. Next slide, please. So just putting this back up there. This is an advanced, it says July 9th. I'm so sorry, but it is very similar to what was previously presented. It shows a lot of the similarities. So the similarities between the two plans, again, were the picnicking, community, I guess the similarities, yeah, were the bike path, nature center, restroom, a greenhouse, picnicking, and a small parking lot. This plan here shows and allows for a little bit more picnicking, including group picnicking, a community garden, a secondary restroom near the playground, a lawn area, and a picnic area near the nature center. So those are some of the differences between the two plans. The other thing that you'll see on this plan is previously we also identified as part of the environmental review that wetlands previously shown on the 2010 version were not actually located there. And so they have been removed from the plan. We have a note on this community plan that references the citywide creek master plan, which already identifies this stretch of the creek for restoration. So as not to compete or conflict with each other, we have instead shown a note that shows that the Roseland Creek, or the citywide creek master plan should be instead referenced, which shows restoration through this area as well, since we have that plan. I think those are the biggest differences between all previous versions and the version completed by the neighborhood group. So next slide, please. One of the other things we can look at is we can look at what we actually heard on March 4th based on these two plans that were presented and the information presented by the city regarding housing and traffic in the area. So if you look at the top, we have, these are exact quotes from people attending the March 4th meeting. Listen to multiple needs and generational perspectives was the quote. Please keep the Roseland Park as natural as possible. We don't want that many parking lots, was another quote. Also, the children in our community need more places to play. We need courts, playgrounds, and larger picnic areas, was a quote we heard. The next one was, please leave the preserve natural, no pavement, no fitness station, no sport court, no shade structures, no structures except restrooms and a nature center. The next quote was, balance the naturalist with the X, which is probably a word we couldn't read, and the sports minded. There is enough room for all of that. Not one interest should dominate all the others. There is enough room. We also heard full basketball court. I want nature. Please hurry the process. It's already been 10 years. Nature park, no amenities, facilities to play basketball and soccer. And at the bottom, this area needs an active and natural space, a park that meets both nature and community. So this is very indicative, although this was from the March 4th meeting, this is very indicative of many of the community feedback, all of the community really feedback we've received over the last 11 years. You can see lots of divergent ideas of what should be happening with this park, but we also see common ideas. So after this meeting, we ended up in a very similar spot to where we were at when we came to council previously. So we asked ourselves, where do we go from here? And thank you for advancing the slide. So what we did next was not something that staff did, but we were fortunate enough to have districts at this time. And we worked with Councilmember Alvarez to have a conversation about what we should be doing next with this park. And he had developed some listening sessions where he was providing meeting with groups in particular to look at and hear from the community, not just about Roseland Creek Community Park, but also about the general, the wider Roseland area. And so you can see he met with students from Cook Middle School and parents on February 11th, and on February 24th with the Roseland Creek Elementary parent group. He also met on March 1st with the Roseland Community Builders Initiative. And on March 17th, he also met with the Boys and Girls Clubs, both the Juvenile Hall for Girls and Boys groups separately. And he also met with the Neighborhood Group on March 22nd, 2021. Community engagement staff were here taking notes. Park staff was able to join some of these meetings and listen in. And what we understood was the council member and staff, we were able to hear, again, a variety of perspectives about the request of the park to serve the needs of various groups. Chi Consulting also joined in as a facilitator listening in. And when we got to the end of the listening session, suggested that we bring these groups together to meet with each other and to make some final decisions regarding what sort of amenities we should be seeing in the Roseland Creek Community Park. And so we looked at a working group with representatives from each of the listening sessions to attend a working session on April 9th, where community members were able to speak about what they thought was important in the park. They got to hear from other community members that maybe don't agree with them. And together they recommended the plan updates so that we could update the master plan and move forward with it. Really, Councilmember Alvarez led these discussions and provided updates to staff based on what he heard and based on what we heard when we were able to be at these meetings or at these listening sessions. It was a really good working group of folks to try to get down to the meat and potatoes, so to speak, of what should be in this park and what is important for this community now and into the future. Because often, as you'll recall from our other master plan samples we showed you, a master plan is for today, but it's also for our future neighbors. Because often we don't have the funding necessary to build our entire plan right from the get-go. So we're doing both. We're looking at what folks want right now and what folks want in the future. And this group came together on a very cold day to try to have the discussion socially distant with masks on and have the conversation with each other. And what that led to was Exhibit C in the staff report. It was a long list of changes that were made to the plan, updates to the plan, really clarifying with groups what intents were, because when you look at those master plans, it's very difficult to really get a good grip on what's happening. So let's go to the next slide, please. And so we'll go over this plan and what sort of changes we heard from these listening sessions and what changes we're presenting today as part of the final master plan. Graphically, it looks very similar, but a lot of headway was made at these meetings. It was really wonderful to see the community members engaging with each other for what they want to see at their park. And so one of the things we changed, I've mentioned already, we referred to the citywide creek master plan, which has excellent information on the future restoration of this creek. And of course, that's where we want to reference for the restoration portion of it. It's not shown here because we already have a master plan for that. So we clarified that it's not that staff don't want to see these changes in the creek. We already have a document that helps us get there. We also discussed with the community members about the interpretive signage being respectful of trilingual languages. So we do have 3 prominent languages, and we may have more by the time we develop this plan and actually move forward with it. Those are shown in the little orange dots around. And again, these are not necessarily exactly where they're going to go. This is the big picture representation, knowing that we would like to interpret and provide these interpretive signage for our community. We also talked about parking a lot. There's a lot of confusion, frustration with not enough parking, too little, et cetera, what sort of paving we're going to have for that. So we changed the parking to really reflect what we all had in mind, which is that we don't need parking unless there's something, unless there's an amenity there to support parking. So for instance, we don't necessarily need a parking lot until the nature center is built. And even then we may not need a full 19 spaces, but the working group did decide on 19 spaces overall. That's not something where we go in unless we were fortunate enough to have funding for the full nature center. We might be required to have that as a minimum. But we do emphasize that we want to have a minimum amount necessary and not to overdo the parking lot areas. Similarly, on the southern parking lot where we have the fire truck turnaround access point as well, we discussed limiting the parking to 17 spaces and only developing. So for instance, if we install a trail as first, we probably don't need a lot of parking to support a trail. But as more and more amenities come in over the years, it would allow the parking to expand and to its full needs to support the community with a maximum of 17 spaces. One of the interesting things that I think came out of the listening sessions too was the discussion and concern about large group parties and picnics and things like that. And so one of the things that the council member discussed was eliminating group sites and group picnic areas so that we could focus this park on more of a single-use picnic area with a single-use barbecue. And of course, an ash disposal bin was something very specific that of course we would include, but we wanted to call it out. So that's one of the changes in my mind, one of the significant changes we made was to look at single-use areas of a more spread out area so that we still can have people bringing their picnic lunch, but we're not encouraging grouping together per se. Let's see. The other thing that it's just number 5 on my list, but one of the things we decided was that it's really important to show that this is a community-based plan. So we added a note that said that all these groups came together. And of course, it's not just this last group from the listening sessions, it's all the other folks we've heard from over the last 11 years. We also added a note about a vehicular gate and really just clarified that, like in all of our parks, except for maybe parks with sports fields, which this park will not have, we have vehicular gates that are closed at sunset, so that we're eliminating the illegal activity and use in the parking lots or the potential for that, and clarify that this is to be a park used sunset to sunrise. There was also a lot of concern and talk about the type of paving that we have throughout the park. And so we added a plan note. It's really difficult to see on here, but essentially it's plan note number 3 that shows that all paving will be permeable, which means that we'll have rainwater flowing through it, except where required for ADA compliance or for engineering purposes related to improvements we can't even understand at this point, maybe. We do have, when it comes to ADA parking, we do have to put in a solid surface there. But otherwise, we're really looking at allowing rainwater to float through whatever paving gets decided, whether it's some sort of permeable concrete. It's essentially a concrete with a lot of holes in it, raised walkways, pavers, or other types of pathways that are fabulous and we can discover in the future. So we also clarified the note at the very top of the plan that shows existing grassland to remain and or be restored. You'll recall from the neighborhood plan that this area was desired to have restored. And so we clarified that that is what that means, that although the city is not in a position to restore this to a grassland, we would be happy to work with nonprofits and other community members who would like to restore this area. And we look forward to that. So we clarified that that's what that note allows that to happen. We also had, as part of listening sessions, requests for lawn area. And there was confusion about what do you mean by multi-purpose turf? And really all we mean is lawn. It's just, it's an irrigated lawn area. And with the massive improvements in technology, there's all kinds of ways we can do more drought tolerant lawn, irrigation. We're experimenting with a type of irrigation at Howard Park where it's like a blanket underneath, so we don't have any irrigation coming up above ground. So, you know, we're looking at future options. And again, the next step for this after approval is to install the pathway from McMinn to Burbank, but we do not have any other funds yet. So as we move forward with and find funding for that future lawn area, we will be exploring ways to significantly reduce the irrigation use, especially in a new area. And so we removed the word multi-purpose from the lawn area because it's lingo, and so we just clarified it's just lawn, so that we did have folks in the listening sessions that wanted to do yoga and also wanted to throw a frisbee and put a picnic blanket down. And we talked about the interpretive signage language and the Citywide Creek Master Plan. So those are some of the significant changes that we made. Although we made some significant changes to the plan, they were really clarifications of a lot of things that were already there and small revisions. Again, with the biggest revision is the elimination of group picnic areas and looking more at single use. And just a reminder that staff, your Board of Community Service, our consultants, the community members, we have worked tirelessly to bring a master plan to fruition that provides not only protection of natural elements on site, but also allows for some active uses. We have collected an enormous amount of feedback since 2009, and each time we engage, a large amount of feedback is about the same. What you are seeing here is a desire to keep most of this park in its natural state, while also allowing for our community members to come and have a picnic, play in a sport court that's also part of a fire truck turnaround. Our teenagers that we met with were really interested in that part of this park. We also heard from community members about making this more of a nature-based play area. And that's definitely something that we had in mind all along, so we clarified that. We really feel that additional community engagement at this point will continue to result in a similar plan to what you see here today. We understand that Roseland is changing. It used to be in the county. We had a lot of single-family homes and ranch homes. We know there's much more housing development pending, and this plan should not only take into account what we hear so loudly today, and of course for the last 11 years, but it also should project the future recreational needs of the hundreds of families that will have little to no yards and will need picnicking, nature spaces, playgrounds, and walking paths alike. This plan protects the natural environment. We're protecting trees and the riparian area. And it also provides for recreational activities, which are very desperately needed in this area. We are already overrunning Bear Neighborhood Park and Southwest to the maximum. We do need a space for recreation in this area. This is certainly not a plan for everyone. Not any one group is going to have exclusively everything we've heard in this plan. Really, this plan focuses a majority of the parkland into a type of natural area where it's preserved and or enhanced. This plan also complies with the ag and open space restrictions for permeable paving and provides inclusive park amenities for a variety of community members' interests. This is the plan that is recommended for approval to the City Council and the Council-appointed Board of Community Service. Approving this plan and the corresponding environmental documentation this evening will allow the city to give this park back to the community, for us to protect what we have, provide a safe route to school for students to be ready, and to be ready to implement future amenities as funding arises. Next slide, please. And so we just thought we'd give you a little, if you took one example of what we mean by nature theme, and you take the playground, for instance, these are things that we know we can do. We can work with natural surfaces, which you see on the bottom, natural logs. We can also have a variety of things of natural logs and concrete structures, which you see in the very top right and top left. I mean, look at that playground on the top left. It's amazing. So this is really what we're thinking of, is a joining of providing access to our youth for traditional play features, as well as shrubs and natural environment and walking paths to enjoy nature. This is something that our friends at Playcore, I don't want to plug them, but they've done an amazing amount of research on how children play and interact and how their imaginations grow. And what they've seen is having a combination of traditional park amenities without using plastics, and existing nature or planted native plants around the playground really enhances the play value of our park. So I just wanted to take that moment. I appreciate you allowing me to take that moment and show you what we mean by nature thing. So this same type of thing can be throughout the park, implemented in our picnic areas as well. Next slide, please. And so, oops, thank you. So it is recommended by the Transportation and Public Works Department that the council by resolution 1, adopt the mitigation negative declaration, including mitigation monitoring reporting program for the Roseland Creek Community Park Plan, and 2, adopt the Roseland Creek Community Park Master Plan, which includes paved pedestrian and bicycle trails, community garden or outdoor classroom, a nature center and parking, picnic areas with single-use barbecues, parking near the children's play areas for ages 2 to 5 and 5 to 12, restroom, building, sport court, fitness stations, irrigated turf area, which is lawn, 2 pedestrian bridges, a crosswalk, looped walking paths, and interpreted signage. And I appreciate your time listening to this presentation. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much, Deputy Director. It's been a long process, and we appreciate all of the work that you've put into it. Big thank you to Councilmember Alvarez for all of the work that you've put in since you've been on council, holding those meetings as well and trying to find resolution. Are there any questions from council before we go to public comment? Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Jen. Thank you, Cecile. Thank you, Gustavo. Thank you to our community for all the work that they put in. Absolutely phenomenal. And I'd love to see that our community can come together and dialogue and conversate. With my one question that I have for now before we listen to our community, are there any grants or monies that are due to expire should this not pass? And if so, what are they?
Thank you. Well, as I mentioned earlier, we do have a requirement with the Ag and Open Space District. I'm not sure what the ultimate consequence would be there, but we do have an application in for a place to play community park ball field. And so they're on hold until we finish this master plan with that application for the place to play ball field.
Are there any other questions, Council? Councilmember Fleming.
Hi, Jen. Thank you. Could you summarize what the Board of Community Services' most recent feedback is, or do you have a representative from them available to give us their impressions of this most recent master plan?
Of course, I'm not seeing our chair. There she is. She would probably be our best representative to talk about what the board heard most recently. They did receive a very lengthy, and I know this probably seems lengthy, but you can imagine a 2-hour presentation with lots of detail about this at our last meeting. So I'll turn it over to our chair of the Board of Community Services, Carol Coyne, if she would like to elaborate.
Hi, all. I've been on Board of Community Services for approximately 7 years. This is 7 years of experience and many more years before I even came on the board in dealing with this evolving plan. Since the plan first came to the Board of Community Services, we went from district-wide city council people to area-specific. When we first reviewed, there was no Roseland representative on city council as there is now in city council member Alvarez. So the input that we had has changed over the last year or so. In our review of the 2021 master plan, we took much more input from the information provided by City Council member Alvarez and his listening sessions. Also, please bear in mind that before the pandemic, we were going out in person. The March 2020 was held at the middle school. There were several hundred people in attendance in real life. A plethora of opinions all over the board were represented at that meeting. Since then, Board of Community Services has been limited to virtual participation. Combining those two and leaning heavier towards the information provided in the last year during Zoom and COVID, the plan as it is presented is something that the current Board of Community Services, which has half of its members appointed within the last year, this is something that the current Board of Community Services, including myself, are comfortable with forwarding to City Council.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any additional questions.
Okay. I also see that we have Richard Drury's hand up. I believe Richard is part of our consulting team, so I want to give him an opportunity to weigh in as well.
This is Richard Drury speaking. I'm not part of your consulting team, although I did submit a public comment. I'd be happy to speak to that if this is the proper time.
We'll go ahead. We'll come back to you in just a moment then. I apologize. You were listed as one of our panelists, so we'll get you moved back over to the attendee side and we'll call on you at the appropriate time.
Thank you.
Councilor, are there any other additional comments? Questions? Okay, we will go ahead and go to our public comments then. I'm going to go ahead and I've got a couple of folks here in the chambers and I've got folks on Zoom. We're going to start with Sean on Zoom, followed by Anna.
Hi, am I on?
Yes, you are. We're going to go ahead and open the public hearing, Sean.
Okay, next. My name is Sean Smallwood. I'm a wildlife ecologist with a PhD from UC Davis. Lots of experience with wildlife surveys, research, and CEQA. I provided a comment letter to my client, Rosa Drury, who shared it with you. I surveyed the park, and when I did that in late August, I detected 38 species of wildlife in a short time, including 5 species that have special status. Based on my experience and based on publicly reported sightings of wildlife in the area, I have no doubt that many additional special status species rely on the park, other than those I saw with my own eyes. And as my comment letter lays out, one can infer from that more species occur there based on the patterns of detection in the data, or based on the data, pattern in the data. Anyhow, the site is rich in wildlife species. What are characterized as improvements to the park would end up covering up to 20% of the park with impervious surfaces and would intrude on much of the rest of the park with artificial lighting and increased activity by people and their pets. These changes would harm wildlife in the park while making no commitments to improve or enhance habitat there. I suggest that before approving this project, an EIR should be prepared to replace the city's initial study, which is insufficiently informative and too often misleading. The biological survey performed by the consulting firm was deficient in its effort level and reporting. For me, a giant red flag went up when I read that the consultant saw only 6 species of wildlife in the same park where I saw 38 species. The city needs better wildlife surveys. The initial study misimplies that the survey outcome proves the park is biologically impoverished and unable to support most of the potentially occurring special status species. It often mischaracterizes species habitat by, for example, pigeonholing species into unrealistically narrow portions of the environment. It misimplies that all that is known of species occurrences has been reported to the California Natural Diversity Database on which the initial study relies. And further, that wildlife are static in their distribution. They are not. It misrepresents the habitat value of old trees in the park, referring to them as dead and dying, instead of pointing out that these trees offer many more cavities for food storage, refuge, and nesting opportunities. It neglects to estimate impacts of habitat loss to wildlife. It includes no cumulative effects analysis for biological resources. Considering the stakes, the city's analysis is grossly deficient, in my opinion. An EIR should be prepared. Appropriate surveys and analysis are needed to achieve CEQA's objective of publicly disclosing potential impacts so that you can make a more informed decision over whether and how to proceed with the project. And thanks.
Thank you, Sean. We'll go to Anna, followed by Jasmine.
Hi. I'm from Rosa University Prep, and I don't know. So, hello. Buenas tardes. ¿Me escuchan?
I think we have 2 people who are talking right now. Can we go ahead and mute Jasmine? We'll come back to Jasmine. Anna?
Hello.
Anna, are you still there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hello. Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Ana Salgado y estoy presente hoy porque tuve el honor de conocer un grupo de jóvenes que se interesó, que se preocupó por su área y vino a mí a pedirme su apoyo como una persona que ya antes ha apoyado otras causas, y ellos me mostraron el otro mundo que está al cruzar la calle de su escuela. Cuando ellos me hicieron esta invitación, para mí fue un gran honor, porque de jóvenes me enseñó tanto ese día por algunas horas que estuve ahí con ellos. Me enseñó que no hay una edad para que uno alce su voz y uno hable acerca de las cosas que le pueden afectar. Ellos me mostraron este parque, esta área que es otro mundo. Me mostraron cómo uno puede convivir con la naturaleza y cómo uno puede aprender de ella y cómo uno tiene y merece respeto a nuestra madre naturaleza y el poco espacio que podamos preservar. Invitar a nuestros jóvenes a que aprendan a respetar a la naturaleza y que junto con ella empiecen a vivir un mundo del cual algún día solo vamos a tener los recuerdos si no empezamos a cuidar estas áreas que son para nosotros muy importantes, tanto como para el desarrollo de nuestros jóvenes, porque muchos de ellos ya no están disfrutando esa área natural, sino se están quedando con juegos que están muy a los medios sociales y todo eso, Y esta área es un espacio que les va a aprender a conocer y a respetar más a nuestra madre naturaleza, que ya ahora con el cambio climático ya nos está olvidando de todo eso y se nos está robando ese privilegio. Entonces yo quiero agradecer a ese grupo de jóvenes que me invitó a conocer esto y es la razón por la cual estoy hablando. Necesitamos preservar las áreas, necesitamos darles a nuestros jóvenes ese apoyo que ellos necesitan y la oportunidad de convivir más con la madre naturaleza. Gracias.
Gracias. Madam City Clerk, can we please unmute our translator to provide translation for us?
Interpreter Charles, can you please capture as best you can what Ms. Salgado just stated? And going forward, if you can explain if it's easier for you to or ask our Spanish-speaking audience to make a statement and then let you interpret, and then they'll go back to complete their statement, just so you can capture better what they are saying simultaneously.
Understood. Good afternoon. My name is Ana Salgado. I had somebody that came up to me who was worried about a specific area, some children, and they came to ask me for support, seeing as I was a person who had supported other causes in the past. And crossing the street from their school, they showed me a completely new world, a different world. When they invited me to go, I felt it was a very great honor because those youth, during the hours that I was there, showed me that there is no specific age when one should begin to have a voice about things that can affect them. They showed me this park, which was another world. And they showed me how one can live in harmony with nature and how beautiful nature is. And it's such a small space that we have, and we should try to take care of it. We should show our kids how to respect nature and how to enjoy these areas. And it is important to take care of these natural places for our children's development as well. Because if not, then they won't be able to enjoy natural spaces like this. This area is a space that will show them how to learn to live with in harmony and respect Mother Nature. Because with all of these changes in the world, including climate change, it's robbing us of that privilege. And I want to take the time to thank the group of kids who showed me this area, and I feel that I need to add my voice to theirs and support and preserve these areas. And I support the kids and their voice.
All right, thank you, Charles, and thank you, Anna. We'll go on to Jasmine, followed by Rick.
Hi, I'm Jasmine, and I go to Rosa University Prep. It's actually new to me to be here talking about this, and it's kind of been a while since I've been on Zoom. My opinions about this is not only will they take up like creatures out there home, you will destroy many places, and I think putting them on there is like not so good because California's drought and it's very severe, my thoughts, and I believe that we shouldn't be taking up this space because those homeless people out there live there, are staying there, and if we make this, then they will start to get kicked out from there. But in any place, it's happened a lot before, freeways, many places where they've kicked out the homeless because they don't want them to be gathered there. I think even if they make this new change, they might see it as a better place, as more beautiful because of all the new things they've added and done to this place. but I believe nature is beautiful the way it is, and it shouldn't just be taken over. I think that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jasmine. Rick, followed by Richard.
Yes. A couple of problems I see. I want to endorse the need for a full EIR. It's clear to me that that public agencies tend to select the consultants that conform their opinions to what the agency wants rather than to what's actually there. I'm really concerned about that. Secondly, I'm concerned about the safety of the school kids. Having taught school for over 30 years, I know that if you place that crosswalk, which I noted on the plan map there, if you place it to the north of the school, that the students will not use it. It needs to be placed across from the school, connecting to the trail that they will use at the parking lot there. Secondly, the bicycle trail is basically an extension of the trail along Roseland Creek. Yet there's nothing that indicates a crosswalk there. I think both crosswalks are necessary, and I would say that especially the one at the school should be signalized in some way for safety of the kids. Safety is an issue here, and so is the environmental impact on endangered species. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. We'll go to Richard, followed by Allegra.
Hello, my name is Richard Drury. I'm representing Roseland Action, a community group with members living in the Roseland area. We asked the city to reject the mitigated negative declaration and prepare an environmental impact report for the project. There is substantial evidence of a fair argument that the project may have adverse impacts on numerous special status species. An EIR is required to analyze and mitigate these impacts. Roseland Action favors a neighborhood park or a series of neighborhood parks rather than a single large community park, which would have lesser environmental impacts by reducing hardscapes and parking areas. This site is very environmentally sensitive. It has a riparian corridor around Roseland Creek and is home to many sensitive species and is in the area designated as critical habitat for the California tiger salamander. That hasn't been mentioned at all, despite the lengthy presentations. We have submitted expert comments by Dr. Sean Smallwood, who you heard from earlier. Dr. Smallwood identified 35 special status species likely to be present on the site. He positively identified 8 and took photographs of many. The negative declaration states that there are none on the site. It's clearly wrong. Identification of special status species requires an EIR. Just hours ago, David Powers and Associates, the consultant, submitted a report by Will Burns trying to rebut Dr. Sean Smallwood's comments. Will Burns has a bachelor's degree in environmental studies, not even a hard science. He has no expertise in biology and has no place rebutting a PhD wildlife biologist with 30 years of experience and 88 peer-reviewed journal articles. Dr. Smallwood positively identified in a mere 3.5 hours 5 special status species on the site, Cooper's hawk, nut-tailed woodpecker, oat titmouse, red-shouldered hawk. He concluded that there are 8 special status species that certainly appear on the site, 35 probably occur, and 17 possibly occurred, including the site being in critical habitat for California tiger salamander. Mr. Burns showed a fundamental misunderstanding of CEQA when he cited that the special status species identified by Dr. Smallwood are not special status species in the city of Santa Rosa. Well, that's absurd. CEQA identifies special status species in Appendix G and in Section 15380, and the species identified by Dr. Smallwood are special status within CEQA. They have to be analyzed in an EIR. Our comments were also supported today by the Madrone Audubon Society, which recognizes the importance. We favor neighborhood parks. We want parks in Roseland area, but those parks have to respect the species on board, have to mitigate their impacts, and should try to minimize those impacts through an EIR. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. We'll go to Allegra, followed by Amalia.
Hi, thanks for listening to me tonight. I'm a Roseland resident, and I'm really passionate about having this park happen and having it happen soon. And I hear the environmental concerns, and I think those are really those are real and those are appropriate. And so what I would ask is there a way for City Council to do some kind of like dual track so that this park doesn't get further delayed, because access to this space on this side of town is crucial and critical, and it isn't happening fast enough. To have to go like out of your neighborhood to experience nature, I don't know that the people who are speaking out for the salamanders understand what that feels like, and maybe you do, and I think it's important, I really do, but I also feel like there has to be a balance, and there has to be a way to get this park to happen sooner rather than later and address the environmental concerns in tandem if that's what it has to be. But I would just ask the council to be creative and find a way to make this park happen in a fast moving timeline without unnecessary delays, and to meet the environmental needs as much as possible, but to remember that the people on this side of town do not have that type of access to open space, and to delay and delay and delay is inequitable, and it shows a lack of concern for the humans who live here as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Allegra. We'll go to Amalia, followed by Susan.
Hi, my name is Amalia Boli Fuentes, and I'm with Lozo Drury LLP, speaking today on behalf of Roseland Action. We request that the city prepare an EIR for the project because there's a fair argument that the project may have significant adverse environmental impacts. We filed written comment on September 20th by email and US mail, and the law on CEQA is clear that comments can be submitted either during the formal comment period or at the hearing. So those comments do form part of the administrative record. Our comments include the analysis of Dr. Sean Smallwood, a wildlife biologist who you heard from earlier. And Dr. Smallwood found issues with the ISMND's biological survey, characterization of habitat, analysis of cumulative impacts, and mitigation measures. Under CEQA, an EIR must be prepared if there's substantial evidence in the record supporting a fair argument that the project may result in significant adverse impacts. Whether or not an impact is significant depends on whether it will cause a substantial or potentially substantial adverse change in the environment, and the courts have read this standard very broadly in order to provide the fullest possible protection to the environment. Dr. Smallwood's extensive comments meet this standard because his research shows at least the potential for substantial adverse change to the environment from the project. His comments on the mischaracterization of habitat indicate a potentially substantial impact on all species in the area, especially the California tiger salamander and the Northern California black walnut. And the fact that the mitigated negative declaration did not analyze cumulative impacts of the project means that the public is unable to assess whether or not there are substantial cumulative effects, and an EIR must be prepared to clarify this. And Dr. Smallwood's comments on the inadequacy of the city's mitigation measures showed that as it stands, the project has the potential to adversely affect the environment. For these reasons, we request that the city reject the mitigated negative declaration and require preparation of an environmental impact report. Thank you.
Thank you, Amalia. We'll go to Susan, followed by Tatiana.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. This is Susan Kirks. I'm the president of Madrone Audubon Society here in Sonoma County. We're headquartered in Santa Rosa, 54 years in Sonoma County. We enjoy a very positive relationship with the city of Santa Rosa, and I'm pleased to follow up and speak in addition to submitting a public comment, which I hope that you received. The last time that I had the opportunity to speak with Jen Santos, I was looking in my emails actually during your meeting, was in August of 2020. And prior to that time, Jen is aware that we had been very interested. I had met with her and Jason Nutt, and Madrone Audubon had actually offered to lead a task force of conservation organizations, including the Laguna Foundation and other groups, Native Plant Society, to coordinate the environmental education offerings and restoration program for this exceptional property. Having heard from many high school students, as some of you council members may recall from the last city council meeting that you held, and from that you required that the city staff reach out and do community meetings and get input from your community to better position this particular amazing property to serve the entire community. And so there was one meeting in March of 2020 that I was unable to attend, and I looked forward to other meetings. And then, of course, COVID hit. So the pandemic has impacted all of us. And for the speaker who spoke and said, you know, don't delay this because we don't have anything and people need to have access to this property. I definitely understand that, we all do, but the environmental education opportunities for the students who are so close to this property, the long history of the involvement of your community members to ensure that this property is conserved appropriately with passive recreation. And again, the environmental education opportunities, the green space, the open space, all of this while we are in the midst of a climate emergency. And I really appreciate all the work that your city is doing in that regard. This is the property in this area of Roseland for the future of the Roseland community to be conserved, as has been requested by the neighborhood group. And I'd like to say also that Dr. Smallwood is one of the most respected biologists in the state of California. I encourage you to reconsider what has been presented to you this evening, and I would very much like to represent Madrone Audubon again to come together for what we were discussing about restoration, education, and the opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. We'll go to Tatiana, followed by Anna.
All right. Hello. All right. Hold on a second. I've got 1 second. All right. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can go ahead and hear you.
All right. I am very much against the Roseland Creek Community Park as it is planned right now. I say this because Roseland very much needs parks, but placing parking lots and barbecue areas does not align very well with the idea of a nature park. As we heard, it impacts the native life already there. And several meetings ago, I remember the plans alluding to a nature park where children can learn about native species, which the children from the school are able to go over there with their classes and learn about those native species as it is currently. However, asphalt and barbecue parties doesn't jive well with the salamanders and the delicate flora and fauna of the space. Also, the space is open to all to access currently. I know I walk my dog there every morning and every evening, and it's absolutely beautiful. Also, I feel that the Parks Department has a poor reputation with how the parks have been handled so far. We have a quote unquote park on the corner of Sebastopol and I believe it is West Street, right there where the new Mercadito is located. And it is nothing but asphalt and paint. And it has just served for homeless people to go and lay there at the bus stop instead of, I don't know what the original plans were for that area, but it almost feels like a slap in the face to people that live here. I know that it was very difficult. We had several RVs and campers that showed up a few weeks ago, and it was very difficult to get noticed. We wanted to be a part of Santa Rosa, living here in Roseland. We wanted to be a part of the city because we thought it would bring great things for the area. And so far, it's proven to bring a little bit of difficulty to get noticed. And like I said, almost a slap in the face, especially with little parks like the one at the Mercadito. And I don't want that to happen to this park, both from a naturalist standpoint and from a resident standpoint. I was very lucky to have like a nature class when I was in high school and in middle school. And I think that's so important for the kids to be able to access that. And of course, we do need more parks, but as it's planned currently, I think that it will do nothing but create more of a drain on the community. And I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it look like it's been left behind and forgotten about like so many other parks in the area have been. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anna, followed by Stephanie.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I am calling because I have been participating in a number of meetings for several years now. And throughout all those meetings that have happened in different locations with different members of the community, has always been very emphatic by the people who have attended these meetings. And they're always different people. I do not know too many of the neighbors because I work. But the idea of having a park that is natural in its state to provide habitat, to provide learning experience for the children, and to have a beautiful green area with native plants, native animals, is very important to most people who have participated in the evolution of what to do with that piece of land. I think that it appears to me, I am not a politician, I don't participate in meetings with community or any other organization, but it appears to me that the city keeps insisting on having infrastructure, having pavement, having roads, having parking, having bathrooms, and that defeats the intent that has been addressed time after time in every meeting. If the city really wants to have more money from the grants that they get to do these developments, why don't they improve some of the areas that are already designated for public use and improve the quality of the vegetation and habitat for the animals? And there's plenty of places to go in the park. They're not very far for most people. And we all walk in Roseland. So I think that it would be very beneficial to the community that instead of having barbecues or sports parks or other improvements, that they actually improve the quality of the life that is already there. I am very disappointed that they keep pushing. Every time that we have these meetings, it's always put off to decide it later because they didn't get the result that they wanted. And I think that's really unfair to the community because I feel like you're just trying to get us tired. And it appears that you have forgotten what has happened on all the other meetings. And I would really like to know, why is it that the information that was received earlier is no longer available? So my point is that I think it's important to keep it, improve it, but do not destroy what's already there. Improve the natural life, the plants, the animals, the habitat, and do not build any more crap. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Stephanie, followed by Kimmy.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Rogers, and City Council members. My name is Stephanie Manieri, and I am a proud Roseland resident. I also work for a local nonprofit and am one of 3 elected officials in Santa Rosa that reside in and represent Roseland. I'm here today to voice my support for the Roseland Creek Community Park. I know that you all know the many reasons why this park is necessary for our community. I know you know that Southwest Santa Rosa is severely lacking in the parks that we're supposed to have. I know you know why having a community park like the one described in this master plan, is necessary for the well-being of our community. And I think you know the dire consequences that not having a community park could bring to the city and the council. So instead of focusing on the facts, I'd like to talk to you all as a young person who cares about her community. I don't have children yet, and I don't plan on leaving my neighborhood anytime soon. So it's important to me that our leadership take care of our community in ways that are forward-thinking and that set our future up for prosperity. And community parks are part of this equation. As you heard in your presentation, there's still so much work that needs to be done to bring Southwest Santa Rosa up to speed. And I want to affirm that this is a step in the right direction. I want young families, teens, and children to be able to walk to their local community park and have access to a place where they can spend time playing basketball and soccer, picnicking, walking their dogs, and hanging out in a safe space with amenities. I want our abuelitos and abuelitas to be able to take their grandkids to the park and not have to worry about their safety. I want to see our community thrive in the same ways that other neighborhoods thrive in Santa Rosa. I also ask that as you listen to the voices in the room today, you think critically about who's showing up and speaking on behalf of our community's interests. I have the privilege of being here because I know how to navigate Zoom. I have internet access and a working device. Many of my neighbors in Roseland don't have the same access and opportunity, and many of them want to see this park happen and happen soon. So I ask that you think about who you are listening to and who you are prioritizing in your decision making. Lastly, I'd like to thank staff that has been working on this project for over a decade. I appreciate your work to find a common ground with our community members who want to see preservation take place on these parcels. I hear the concerns of those who have talked about safety and protecting wildlife. In public health, we know that community parks actually increase safety in a community. And again, it looks like staff has done a great job at prioritizing the existing wildlife. Roseland is changing and growing, and with that has to come improvements in our infrastructure. I hope that your work, staff's work, will be validated by the council's decision in the near future. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Stephanie, for both your comments and your public service. Let's go to Kimmy, followed by Noemi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kimmy Barbosa. I am a Roseland resident, and I live in walking distance from the planned park. I am pregnant and very excited to be able to bring my child to a park. I hear concerns, and I hear concerns on both sides of the conservation and, of course, community members who really want access. So starting with just access, receiving a postcard in the mail in English and Spanish. However, the way the language that is on this card to describe tonight's meeting is very inaccessible. I have a degree in public policy, and even sometimes it's hard for me to decipher what exactly this public comment in this meeting was for. Not to mention how the person before me spoke about not everyone has access to Zoom, to internet, and to this, much less, the access to understand the jargon on these cards. So making this meeting accessible to actual Roseland residents is very important. So on the conservation front, we have such great models. Just right up the street, we have Bayer Farm, which is partnered with Land Paths, that has a great model promoting habitat and native plants. There are permaculture techniques where native plants and native species can be in communion with human beings. Access to green spaces does help the well-being of communities, and since this community has been repeatedly divested in and lacking resources, I think it's really important for the youth around here to have another green space to go to. With that said, so in the same block and in the same area as this planned park is market rate dense housing coming up with no planned parks within that. It is in the same area as a lot of these conservation concerns, and yet I'm seeing so many folks calling for this plot of parkland to not go through. Which is really frustrating considering it feels like market rate housing is okay with no affordable housing built in and no parks built in and no green space built in, but then a community park seems to be offensive. So I'm just really looking at the double standard here and the duality of this, and hoping that you see the importance of having green space here in communion with native plants. Like I said, there was great models of Land Paths and other parks that are neighborhood parks that have less parking or whatever to make it walkable. There are ways to be creative, but overall, as a soon-to-be mother, I would love to walk my child down to a park and have a place for him to play soccer and enjoy being outside, just like most neighborhoods who are thriving. Thank you so much. I yield my time.
Thank you, Kimmy. We'll go to Noemi, followed by Nick.
Noemi, can you please unmute your microphone?
Hola, buenas tardes. ¿Sí me escuchan?
Sí.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Noemí Palomino, presidenta de Roseland CBI, aquí de Roseland. Y estoy preocupada un poquito. Tengo algunas recomendaciones que habíamos hecho en la última reunión que tuvimos con Eddie Álvarez y más personas. Yo soy una mamá que su hija aquí cruza seguido la calle para ir a la escuela Roseland Creek. Lo que pedíamos anteriormente era que hubiera letreros visibles en español y en inglés, tanto en la calle La Bourbon Avenida como en la McMinn. Y tenemos también, pedíamos letreros donde dijeran no fumar, no marihuana, no bebidas alcohólicas y que hubiera un área para los perros. Y también un parqueadero que hubiera para discapacitados, pero que estuviera accesible y bien marcado. Y también baños fijos, no movibles, no queremos movibles como en otros lados, y que el alumbrado público se mantuviera ya a ciertas horas de la noche porque está muy oscuro ese lugar. Y el kiosco pues con la información. Y también otra recomendación que decíamos era que se mantuviera el área como natural, que se hiciera todo como decían los ecologistas de cierta manera, pero también que se viera un poco moderno para los niños. Y el cruce, que es bien importante, el cruce de peatones entre la escuela Roseland Creek y el parque. Y otra de las cosas que decíamos, que si van a dejar árboles que los mantengan, porque a mi hija una vez cruzando ahí iba con su amiga de una escuela a la Roseland Creek y le salió unas personas que viven en la calle y las corretearon a las niñas. Entonces es un lugar peligroso, sí que está alumbrado muy bien y que los árboles sean visibles, que pueda uno ver a las personas, porque pues para el susto que le dieron a mi hija, la verdad, me quedé preocupada y sigo preocupada porque mucha gente camina, mucha gente cruza para ir a la escuela. Un honor, gracias por la invitación.
Thank you. Interpreter Charles, can you please restate what Noemi stated in Spanish?
Hello, my name is Noemi Palomino. I am the president of Roseland CVI, and I'm a little worried because we have some recommendations that we made at the last meeting that we had with Eddie Alvarez and other people. I often cross the street to go to Roseland Creek from the school, and we would like to see things like visible signs on Bourbon and McNee in English and Spanish, telling us where we can go and can't go. Also signs that say no drinking, no smoking, and no use of marijuana. We also like to see a dog area, maybe a parking area that's easy to access. Also some bathroom structures that are actual structures, not portable or movable, as in other locations that we've seen. We'd also like to request some lights for the nighttime because it does get quite dark, and also a kiosk with information. Also, a couple recommendations we wanted to mention was maybe some maintenance in the areas as well, and then forms of trying to keep it a natural park. As the ecologist said, we want things to be done in an ecological way to preserve it. And it's also another note is that it is hard for crossing that area, so we'd like a crosswalk between Roseland Creek and the park. And another thing I want to mention is my daughter and a friend were going walking around the area, Roseland Creek, one time, and some people from the street saw them and chased them. And so we'd like it to be more visible because I'm worried about her and other girls crossing in that area. So it's not very visible at night, so we'd like it to be illuminated. It's been an honor, and thank you.
Thank you, Charles and Noemi. Nick, followed by Magdalena.
Yeah, this is Nick Reinberg. I'm a member or a resident of Roseland. My wife is here too, and she would like to be able to speak after my 3 minutes as well. But to reiterate some of the comments that are previously stated, that there's a severe problem with the EIR for this project. We are not against parks in Roseland. We just want to make sure that they're done ethically and ecologically sound. And we need more of them. Having a single 16-acre park is insufficient for Roseland compared to other districts in Santa Rosa who have much more acreage of parks allotted to them than Roseland. There's a lot of plots coming up for sale, and the city is refusing to do anything to purchase or provide additional parks to Roseland, despite developers coming in and purchasing them as well. So to the commenters and to the city council, I behoove you to really look at what's going on in this community and be aware that you driving development of any kind, of all different kinds, is really, I understand that it's needed, but at the same time, it can't be to the detriment of the parks needed in this community. And to also ensure that there's plenty of environment that's preserved for this community, you know, by just constantly building and not doing things ecologically sound and without providing additional open spaces, such as causing this one to be just a community park instead of a neighborhood park, which would, neighborhood parks, from my understanding, require additional parks to be around, while as a community park allows for a larger geographical circumference to be covered without additional parks in the area. And that is a problem in Roseland, where we are so severely deprived of parks. So in short, really what it comes down to is ensuring that we have ecological sound parks, and many of these parks as to show that the community has the same as other communities within Santa Rosa, because we are not afforded that same opportunity for community environmentally sound parks. I also would like to point out Brown Act violations currently being for this meeting. You have posted only in Zoom via video showing that you can dial *9 to participate via phone and raise your hand. However, no one at this point until now has stated that that is an option, thus depriving people who are appearing only via phone without any visual assistance to be able to provide public comment, which is depriving the city and its members of being able to provide comment as afforded under the Brown Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. And I think Nick said that his partner would like to comment as well. So if that hand comes back up, we'll call on it a second time. Let's go ahead and call on it a second time here.
Hi, this is Erin Reinberg, member of Friends of Roseland Creek, fighting against the overdevelopment and destruction of environment in Roseland. A big proponent of parks and open spaces for all. However, as people have stated at this meeting, we keep coming back to this park. This was a conversation 2 years ago before COVID happened. I was at that neighborhood meeting, as another neighbor here said, and we all shared what we wanted this park to be, which is an ecological preserve of native species. And to their point, I agree. The city just did not like that answer. And here we are again debating what this is going to be because you don't want to listen to the community. I'm really getting tired of chopping down heritage trees. That's a whole 14 acres of oak preserve full of wildlife and native species that keep getting destroyed time and time again in Roseland. Also to the point, this needs to be a neighborhood park so that more parks can be put in Roseland. We are so underserved in parks in this area that it is pitiful, and the city should be ashamed of themselves of how they've treated Roseland all these years. I would love to see a community park in an appropriate space that does not destroy native habitat and heritage trees. However, this is not the location for that because that's exactly what this planning will do. You are not listening to the needs of this community to have both ecological preservation and other parks to have these facilities that people want to. Why is it only one spot? Why are we again deprived of open space and parks and recreations throughout the city, where I look at the other quadrants that have 2 to 3 to 4 times as many acreage and parks that we do here? Again, we're being shortchanged and everybody's suffering. So why can't we have more than just one option? Also, the EIR for this project is pitiful. And again, the city is trying to shortchange the community. More needs to be done to make sure that we preserve our open spaces, we preserve our heritage trees, we preserve our wildlife, we preserve it for students to enjoy. I'm an educator, and being able to bring a group of students to this park to experience it in its natural state and talk about the ecological well-being is just as important as being able to go to another park to play soccer and basketball and have a barbecue area. Both need to have a place in Roseland and both need to be provided. It should not be one or the other. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll go to Magdalena, followed by Janice.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Magdalena Makwala. I've lived in Roseland for most of my life, and I'm 40 years old. I have 5 children. 3 of them are 10 and under, and I live fairly close to Burbank Avenue. A little bit too far to be walking all my kids over there, but I would love to go to the park as it's designed. I'm really confused by the opposition to this design. And unlike a lot of these people who are on this call, I've seen this process for probably at least 10 years, maybe 15. And it's always been the same argument. I think it's a specious argument. And that's that we're destroying habitat, and it could be somewhere else. On both points, it's totally wrong. The small sliver that would be developed is actually an opportunity to allow people to see the rest of what is going to be preserved there. My understanding is that the oak woodland is going to be preserved. There's going to be nature trails. And honestly, for at least the last 10 years, it's been very consistent. People want a real community park. We want to be able to go to the bathroom when we're at the park. We want to have an interface between recreational uses and natural uses. It's been very consistent. And there's always been a vocal opposition by people who live close to it and want it to stay the same because there's not people there, because it's their own private place. It's not a place that I go with my kids to enjoy the nature because it seems really inaccessible. And, you know, when you create a bit of development and let people know you can come here and this is how, and here's signs and here's a trail, that's how people enjoy it and love it and preserve it. This is the largest open space left in the neighborhood. And this design has been really consistent for like a decade. And it keeps getting delayed because special interests come to these meetings because they know how to access these meetings. They know when they are, and they come and they act like there's the neighborhood hasn't been listened to and there's outrage and nobody wants this. We do want this. Most people with families in this area want this just as it's designed, and we've waited for 10 years. There's a ton of nature preserved in this design, and it would be foolish to not just move forward already. Thank you.
Thank you. Janice, followed by Melissa. Janice, are you able to unmute? All right, Janice, we'll come back to you. Melissa, followed by WSH.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. So, man, a lot of different viewpoints. Hard decision here. I'll just give you mine. As a teacher in the Roseland district, I take my students there already. I go there every semester. I teach them about climate change. I teach them about wilderness. I teach them about ecosystems. Let's see what else I put. Complaints of like kids wanting to go there and that we can't go there. I took my kids there Christmas, December 2020. I take them there all the time because I go there. We saw 2 great horned owls. I'm confused as to why seeing nature isn't something kids can enjoy, that we have to build like a pretend nature area for kids to go to. That's confusing to me, and I think it's a disconnect if we want to connect kids to nature and to what we need to protect. I do want the park to be built. I know it's been there for a while, so that's a hard decision. Somebody else mentioned needing 2 crosswalks. I want to point out that we need 2 crosswalks, because we do. We need 2 crosswalks, not just one, that cross that street on the, the west side or whatever. Also, I'm very confused, like why one park needs to meet all the interests of everybody. Like, why are we trying to cram everything in? We have a community farm at Bayer Farm, like 8-10 minute walk away. Why are we putting another one? We have basketball courts at the schools. I know they're not public property, but like, I don't know. This just doesn't make sense. And then my biggest point is, why are we watering a lawn when we're in the biggest drought for 40 years and climate change is going to just exacerbate? I don't understand why we're putting something in that's going to use more valuable resources when you guys have made like an agreement to focus on climate change and the impacts of that. So I'm opposed to the lawn mainly being there and watering it, and just lights and things that are going to take away from nature. I do like bringing people there. I like interpretive signs. I like things that bring people in and teach them about the park and tell them about the trails. I think it's a great resource, but I think Bayer Farm is also a really great resource. Somebody else mentioned, but it's not a nature park. It's not somewhere you go to find a great horned owl. It's not someplace you go to be immersed in nature, and neither is a natural play area. So those are my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. WSH followed by Maria.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. I think you accidentally muted yourself. Go ahead and hit the unmute button again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. So I have lived in Roseland almost 40 years. My kids went to school here. My granddaughter went to school here. I've lived here long enough that in the early days, my husband could not get a ride home from an event because they would not drive into the Roseland neighborhood. I've been here long enough to hear the city say, yes, we're annexing you, but we're not going to change anything. We don't really want you. We just want the tax base. And they did tell me that. And it seems like that's continuing. We need this park, but I am leaning on the side of the environmental impact report, because I think that what was done was a quick and dirty and doesn't answer the questions concerning the specialized species. I think that at least we need to get an environmental impact report. I agree that this nature piece, I'm all for restrooms, but it needs to stay mostly nature. But I agree with the signage and the trails, maybe not a paved trail, but the turkeys come out every morning, come out of that park and come into my yard. Do I like turkey poop? No. But do I like watching the turkeys? Yes, I do. And to turn that park into another hardscape is just not what we need. I do agree that we need a green space where the kids can go and learn to deal with nature. The national parks are dealing with this. They're trying to reach out to less substantiated neighborhoods. They're trying to get kids into the park so that they can have the open space. My house is within walking distance from 3 elementary schools where there is hardscape. There are play equipment. There's plenty of lawn to play soccer. If you want to barbecue, barbecue at home. I really believe that we need most of this park to remain natural and to protect the natural environment and to be set up for people to go and enjoy the hawks and the turkeys and the tiger salamanders and the titmice and what's there already. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria, followed by Liz.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, perfect. Wonderful. Thank you so much. My name is Maria Catalan. Last name is Manieri. And I want to thank all of you for doing this presentation. I didn't know much about this park and the project. And I was invited to Zoom and listen. And I have been paying attention to every single person that has had the opportunity to say something about it, whether it's been, by professionals, by the residents of Roseland. I'm actually a 30-year resident of Southwest area. I live on 1 acre land. Of course, I'm very fortunate that through the pandemic, COVID, we have been able to stay home and enjoy more than ever our open space here in our backyard. But I am pro park. I listened and I came to this conclusion that, this park, this project has been looked at from every angle of every perspective. And I would love to see it. And also preserve, what's there already. Even though I've lived in Sonoma County in the Roseland, close to Roseland, I go to El Mercadito, and I've also seen families with kids, and I teach Sunday school, and kids love to go to park, and there are not enough parks in our communities that we can take, we can go and hang out. So I just want to thank every person that is involved in every aspect of building this park. You all taught me something, and you taught me that if we work together and then we come, if we meet one another, halfway, we can make this happen. So I just want to thank every one of you for teaching me something very important. And at the same time, the perspective I had about parks and nature, and it's so important. We go out to other communities because we love to see their parks and, reconnect with nature. The redwoods have been closed for quite some time because of the fires. So honestly, I just want to see happy faces. Kids are kids, and and they don't really quite understand, these grown-up challenges and struggles that I can hear from the community. And so thank you so much. And just want to say, let's work together, make this happen. And someone said, we don't have to all agree. Like I'm looking at this, we don't agree in everything, but let's just make our community, better. Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you, Maria. Let's go to Liz, followed by Bertha.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Liz, and I am a Roseland resident. I'm a mother of 2 kids, and I've been hearing the whole meeting, and it's tough, but I am against the new development. I believe that we should save wildlife and we should, save our trees and save natural life. If we want parks, there's lots of parks here. Some are within walking distance. Some you can just 10, 15-minute drive. And, barbecues and all that, having that across from that school. I just feel like, if we don't have to look too far, we look at climate change, we look at, all these wildfires, and, let's not destroy what's left, keep the wildlife, keep the birds, keep all of it. Let's try to save that for our kids, for their future. Yes, parks are important, but I don't believe that's the place. And the project itself, I'm not against parks, but I just feel like it's not okay to build this new development and scare away the wildlife. Like I said, I take my kids to the park. There's the Bayer Park nearby. There's the Southwest Community Park within a walking distance too. Kids are gonna play wherever. You can take them on the weekends to the schools. The schools are open. They have the play structures. They have the field. Let's just save our nature, our wildlife right now, because that's what we're gonna leave our children and their children. And by tearing down, land or trees or scaring away wildlife because you're building new structures, they're not going to be able to see that in the future. And we really have to think about them and their future. And there's lots of parks. If they want to play, you can take them, like I said, within walking distance. There's different parks that are already, up and running. And but nature and wildlife is what our children are going to look forward in the future, and their children, and so on. So let's not destroy it. Let's keep it and let's protect it.
Thank you, Liz. We'll go to Bertha.
Mayor, it appears that Bertha is using an older version of Zoom. She would need to update her Zoom app and reconnect.
All right, Bertha. Good news is you'll have plenty of time to do that because we still have voicemail public comments and in-person comments. Let's go ahead and bring it to the chambers. We'll do public comment for folks who are in the chambers, and then we'll come back, see if Bertha's been able to update, and then go to our voicemail public comments. We're going to start with Carl Carr. Carl still here? Oh, on a different item? Great, thank you. Mr. DeWitt?
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. Please reject the negative declaration. I request an environmental impact report for this neighborhood park and preserve. Since 1993, a group of residents called Roseland Action came together to save nature in Roseland because there'd been a 30-year vision for Roseland Creek and a neighborhood park and preserve at the Burbank Avenue site. 17 years ago, the city spent $100,000 for a Roseland Creek concept plan with a map published in the 2004 Creek Dreams booklet, page 12 and 13. You can see for yourself. Then 12 years ago, a large community effort completed a map and a master plan in 2010. We advocates for more parks in Roseland have been doing creek cleanups and park cleaning for over 20 years. We want more parks, neighborhood parks. Now we respectfully request you reject the negative declaration. We request an environmental impact report for the project, which is actually road building and parking lot construction that staff proposes. Neighbors and Roseland Action members request a neighborhood park next to a preserve, which has already been secured for over a decade ago by taxpayers. Paved parking lots are not needed with neighborhood parks. The general plan allows neighborhood parks and preserves as proposed in a 2004 Colgan Creek Neighborhood Park and Preserve Plan. This can be done. Development is not needed to do this. You don't need these parking lots and this road building. You can do the path across from McMinn to Burbank without having to pave it. Roseland Creek Bikeway and Greenway was proposed over 20 years ago along the south side of the creek. 1400 Burbank Avenue was purchased with taxpayers' money over 10 years ago to begin that Bikeway and Greenway project, and yet nothing has been done. Former City Council member Gary Wysocki pointed out to me yesterday that the Redwood Empire Trails Council has a machine to make paths, and you could already be doing it on that site. Earlier, it was mischaracterized that people in the community are holding something up. It has been city staff that has waited over 10 years to do anything. There was a plan finished in 2010, and staff did not do anything. We members of the community have just said, make sure and save what nature is there for the future, for the children of our community to be able to have it as good as the people in Fountain Grove or Bennett Valley or the Northeast. Nature helps kids. Asphalt and concrete kills nature. Please do not do this road building and parking lot construction program.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Is there anybody else in the chamber who'd like to speak on this item?
Okay, sorry, I'm like short. That's fine. Okay. Well, good night, everyone. It's clearly late PM. My name's Anna Diaz. I understand a lot of complaints, a lot of concerns, and a lot of emotion that is brought into this topic. Being somebody who was born and raised in Roseland, I see it from both sides. However, I really want to know if anybody has ever been to Shepherd Elementary in Roseland. So Shepherd, I worked at Boys and Girls Club for about 5 years, and Rams, Shepherd, and now Roseland Prep are all mixed in together, and they share one field. This is a big and major concern that has been brought, I believe it's been brought up before, and many parents and children have made this a big issue for them. A soccer field is highly recommended, and I also wanted to bring up that as mentioned, this is the first year that we have someone who is an actual representing us. I also believe that Southwest Santa Rosa should be included into District 1. I was not able to have the opportunity to vote for Mr. Alvarez because my residence lays in District 7. Many members of my community should be able to be included in our local ballot and express their opinions to Mr. Alvarez, especially since we happen to be bike distance from the heart of Roseland. I do not know how else to express this as a desperate need. It is not a want. And if we need to get a room full of members from our community to support this claim, it will be done. Being part of Boys and Girls Club of Sonoma County, the children have made it a concern that they are in need of a skate park as well. I personally prefer Scrape Me over kids being caught up riding against the sidelines with their bikes. There is a lot of traffic, there is a lot of car, and one of the main things that was highly, brought up to many of the comments that was mentioned prior was lights. Lights are a big concern in Rosen Creek, as well as a crosswalk. And I want to thank everybody for hearing me speak today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nancy Cusage, and I live right next door to the north end of the park. And I've been there for 15 years. and my husband's been there for 25. We've seen the tiger salamander, we've seen the turkeys and the red-tailed hawk, and just all kinds of wonderful creatures. There's a park just at the end of the street, a huge park that a lot of it's not even being used. There's empty gravel areas and stuff. The southward, the park down there on Hearn, and the schoolyards on 3rd Street. There's a place to play that has all kinds of soccer fields and baseball field and more land that can be developed if you need more fields. So I just really hope that you'll preserve the nature. There's not too many natural places left anywhere in the county. So please help us preserve our wildlife. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Madam Deputy City Clerk, let's go to voicemail public comments.
Hello, my name is April Ola, and I live on Burbank Avenue, and I just don't understand why you want to make a parking lot in a neighborhood that's been here forever. That's probably one of the most, especially on Burbank, it's very natural setting, and I'm representing for nature. Please don't make the parking lot. I don't know what you people have against Roseland, but you're making a big mistake. So that's my comment.
Hello, I am a homeowner in the Roseland district, and I really would, because I pay taxes, love a Roseland Creek Park. That would be wonderful. We need more land for us to enjoy, and especially because of how run down Roseland is, we need some good areas that we can actually go to where there isn't homeless or garbage. So again, I am a homeowner. My name is Alicia Ragona, and I want my neighborhood uplifted, and part of that would be this Roseland Creek Park for us to have in this area. Thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Maria Chaparro Sanchez, and I am calling you about the Article 15.1 Roseland Creek. I would like to have a park over there because we need to have trees and more air, not too much constructions around Roseland area. My phone number is 707-758.
Mayor, I'm going to stop the public comment there. That was repeating her personal address and personal contact information.
Item 15.1 Roseland Creek. My name is Star, and I'm calling about having a park in Roseland. I just feel like having a community park will allow for a safe place for children of all ages and even adults to just come together and just socialize. We've been engulfed by technology, especially within this last year, given that the majority of us were forced to continue our lives through a computer screen, whether it's been for work or for school. Therefore, I think a park is convenient, and having it within our own community will encourage active lifestyles and boost mental health for all. We need our children to take a break from technology and to just go outside and take a breath of fresh air. And I feel like a park can provide this by being a foundation for clean air in Roseland, given that the park can be surrounded by greenery. And yeah, that's basically all I got to say. Thank you.
The next listing is for Anna. She spoke live during the meeting, so we will move on to Brenda.
Hi, my name is Brenda. I'm calling on agenda number 15.1. I would like to see a crosswalk that connects from the school to that park. Thank you.
El artículo es 15.1 y es sobre el parque Roseland Creek. Yo deseo que ese parque sea un parque ecológico, que lo dejen lo más posible en su naturaleza propia, porque ahí hay mucha fauna, muchos animalitos, y me gustaría que siguiera así como un parque ecológico, que solo agregaran pues pocas cosas, como en este caso si van a agregar mesas o algunas áreas para jugar de los niños, ¿verdad? Pero que se respete la fauna y los árboles de ese parque. Mi nombre es Virginia, mi apellido Lazo, L-A-Z-O, y yo quiero un parque ecológico en el parque Roseland Creek. Gracias.
One moment while I pull the interpreter over to the main channel to restate that in English. Charles, can you please restate the comment from Virginia?
The item is 15.1, and it's about the Roseland Creek Park. I would like it to be an ecological park and that it keep as much nature as possible, because there is a lot of fauna there, you know, little animals, and I'd like to see it stay as it is, an ecological park, and that maybe you only add a few things. In this case, maybe some tables or some play areas for kids, but that we continue to respect the fauna and the trees in the park. My name is Virginia Lasso, L-A-Z-O, and I would like an ecological park.
Hi, this is Jose. I'm a lifelong Roseland resident and a recent homeowner in December. This is regarding item 15.1, Roseland Creek. I just want to point out that we need this park for our community. We need it for our neighborhoods. We need it for our children. Bathrooms, playground, barbecues, picnic tables, gazebos, all that. We want this to be, you know, make our neighborhood better and, you know, just really add value and quality of life to the people who live in the surrounding area. Yeah, so thank you very much. I'm really looking forward to this park going forward and utilizing it in the future. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth, and I'm here to talk about item 15.1 for the Roseland Creek, and I'm a Roseland resident. So the reason why I'm calling is because I want to proceed with having benches, gazebos, picnic tables, barbecue pits. I want to be able to have all of that at this park, so that way our community is coming together as a family, because it's family oriented and our community needs that. And sometimes, you know, there's a lot of youngins that go and, you know, get distracted and do other things that are not so productive for society. But I feel like that if we have this barbecue pit area and we all come together as a family, we can use harm reduction and help these the young ones, the adolescents, not get into any trouble, and they're coming to the park and they're being a part of family activities. So I just want to proceed with this. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Anna Reyes. I am Roseland area resident and homeowner. I'm calling about item number 15.1, Roseland Creek. I would love to have a park there, a park with picnic areas, play area for our children, just to have more areas for our children to go play and have somewhere to run around in. I think this will bring more families together and have an outlet for our children and mothers with young children as well, to be able to go to the park during the day in between nap times, so their children or toddlers can play on swings And I think it would be a great asset to our community and something that we can all do together and collaborate together in getting this done. It would be awesome. Thank you.
Stan Gao, 322 Boyce Street, Santa Rosa, California. I want to comment on 15.1, the Roseland Creek Park. I believe that park is underutilized for the youth in the neighborhood, and that should be looked at. It has continually been hijacked by people that have elite ideas of what a community park is. A community park is to serve everybody and not just a small exclusive group. And there needs to be more active play areas for the kids. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ethan Helms. I'm a member of the Roseland community. I'm calling regarding item 15.1, Roseland Creek. I urge you guys to move forward with preserving space for a public park. Public parks preserve space for future generations and the public in general. Not only do we need to think about that, but in a constantly developing culture where we are building and removing public spaces, it's important to maintain those and increase those in order to preserve space for our public. Parks help build and strengthen communities. I urge you to move forward with Rosa Creek. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes the voice message public comments received on 15.1.
All right, we have Janice, followed by JL.
Janice is also using an older version of Zoom and would need to update her Zoom app and reconnect to the meeting in order to make a public comment.
All right, let's see if Janice can pull that off. Let's go to JL.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Hello, Santa Rosa City Council. My name is Jorge Inocencio, and I'd like to make public comment today in support of this park. I've personally been following the development of this park for many, many years, and I have seen how it kind of gets kicked down the road because there's always strong opposition for it. And as I've been following this park, one thing's clear. This park is now a great compromise. There's a ton of nature space. There's a ton of recreational space for our youth, for our young families, for our children, for all the schools nearby it. I think this is a fantastic opportunity. And by finally turning it into a park, it's really going to make it more accessible to others. You know, because I didn't even know about this park or the neighborhood, as it's called, until I started looking into it. And I noticed that people would, walking their dogs, would walk into the forest. And I was like, whoa, what's going on there, right? And so through looking it up, I was like, whoa, there's a whole park here that's being used that not many people know about it. I think it's a shame that not many people know about it. And building it up is really going to increase the access to it. You know, we all know that parks are needed, particularly here in Southwest Santa Rosa. And I think part of why people are so argumentative today about this is because there aren't enough parks in Southwest Santa Rosa. And so I say, let's build this park. Let's build this park, and then let's build some more parks in Roseland and Southwest Santa Rosa, because we know we need it. We know that our kids need it, and we know that's about time we built it. I saw in the notes or in the presentation that we've been talking about this park since 2008. And to me, that's such a shame, because there were kids who were, you know, maybe little kids in 2008, and they could have used that park when we first started talking about it. And here we are 12 years later. Those kids are now adults. Maybe they moved on out of the city, and they never got to see this park come to fruition. So I think it's time that our council makes a strong decision and supports this plan, and let's get this park built. You know, we've been fighting for it for a long time. It's never going to make everybody happy, but this is a fantastic plan as it stands. We need this park, and we need more parks in Roseland and Southwest Santa Rosa. So again, I'm strongly in favor of it. Let's not make let's make the right decision and get this thing built, because it's been way too long. So thank you again, City Council, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Jorge. That's the last public comment that we have, so I'll go ahead and close the public hearing, bring it back to council. Madam City Attorney, many of the comments really centered around the question about an environmental impact report. Some claimed that there's California tiger salamanders or that there's other protected wildlife that's there. Can you weigh in on that question for us?
Yes, I can briefly weigh in, and then I would ask if we have our environmental consultant online as well, who could address the issues in more detail. But yes, there has been a response filed to the issues raised from Lazaro Dury letter. This response has been prepared by David J. Powers and Associates, our environmental consultant, and they do walk through all of the different issues that were raised and do address each of the issues from our perspective adequately and substantially. But I would turn it over to the consultant himself. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers and members of the City Council. My name is Will Burns. I'm a principal with David Powers and Associates. I've been preparing CEQA reviews for over 18 years. We were supported in our analysis of the initial study and the mitigated negative declaration that's before you by biologists at WRA, who are experts in identifying California tiger salamander and their potential habitats. They surveyed the site and did not identify any adequate habitat to support California tiger salamander to breed on the site. They do acknowledge that this is considered critical habitat for upland dispersal, and that impact is clearly laid out in the initial study. And it's also mitigated in accordance with the Santa Rosa Plain Conservation Strategy and the programmatic biological opinion that was issued by the Fish and Wildlife Service that identifies the amount and type of mitigation that's required for those impacts. And that is incorporated in the M&D for the project and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. I also have those biologists from WRA present if you want to hear more about California tiger salamander, but in short, the potential for them to be present was identified. The impact is mitigated through the mitigation measures that were included in the MND.
All right, Council, are there any other questions on that? Councilmember Alvarez.
Good evening. In regards to the reports that were presented by the public, in any of those reports, was there mention of the prior structures that could be found on this property, and what that actually, or how that impacts the nature? And really, I believe part of the strategy that we're presenting is to remove both the concrete from the property as well as from the creek. Did you see any mention of that in the reports that were presented, if you've had a chance to read them?
The public comment letter that was provided by Lazaro Dury didn't acknowledge the fact that these properties were previously developed. I think there was one that may have only been an orchard in the past, but there were single-family residential structures on 3 of the properties previously, and I don't think that was acknowledged.
Great, thank you so much. The other question, Deputy Director, that I heard quite a bit about was the 2 crosswalks. And I know when we walked the site and talked a little bit about it, crosswalks, that was one of the issues that you had brought up with us as well. So I'm wondering if you can address that for the council.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Rogers. We are planning to put a crosswalk in. We're very excited to put this crosswalk in. Originally, our plan had showed the crosswalk connecting at a place that is in the northern part of the park, or northern part of the school, because that's the end of the school, and it appears as if the crosswalk should go there. However, with our traffic engineers and further studies of the site, it was determined that students, if they crossed further south in the school, would only have to cross traffic once. So it's a much better and safer route to school. The previous version that shows the crosswalk at the northern part of the school, students would cross the street and then cross traffic turning in and out of the driveway for the school. So moving the crosswalk to the more southern part, it's kind of in the middle of the school, allows students to only cross traffic once. Yes, thank you. So yeah, that's the one that we're talking about right there. So originally it came straight off across the upper trail, but this time we're swinging it down and crossing it a little farther down in the school. Again, so students only have to cross a traffic situation once. So it's a much safer way for students to travel. You'll also see that we have some little ziggy lines along Burbank Avenue. Those represent split rail fences so that we can really help guide students to crossing at the crosswalk. I heard mention of another crosswalk down farther, and we have been working with the bicycle and pedestrian folks about a separate trail that also comes out a little bit farther down on the property, and how are we going to get across. So that's being addressed through a separate process and not necessarily part of the master plan process. Of course, we have a trail available, the southern section, to connect. We also have a crosswalk a little bit farther south that you can't see on here that can be utilized right now by folks taking the bike path through there. So hopefully that gives a little bit of background on the crosswalks. And they, one more thing, the crosswalks are designated to have flashing lights so that cars can see it really clearly.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Let's see if there are any other questions from council members. Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. How many trees are proposed to be cut down in total?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Rogers. So one of the early looks at all the trail systems in there identified numerous trees that were to be removed to place the trail in, but staff worked really hard with our environmental consultants and our designers, and we are looking at the potential to impact 4 trees. And so whether or not they're removed or just simply impacted by roots, they're required to be shown as a take from the park site. These are smaller, much smaller trees that will allow the pedestrian bridges to come in and the trail to connect up to McMinn. So a total of 4 trees will be impacted and designated as being removed.
Thank you. And I have an additional question. What percentage of the park is being converted into hardscape, road, building, or parking lots that is not already a previously developed land?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And most of the developments that we're showing, like playgrounds, nature center, et cetera, is already on existing developed and disturbed land. It's the trail spaces that we'd be looking at where, you know, depending on how you want to look at it, there's a lot of foot trails already in this area that we're proposing to provide a stable surface in the future for those trails. It's a very tiny amount. I don't have the exact square footage, but it's much less than 1/4 of an acre overall. Through the conservation easement with the Ag and Open Space District, we are allowed to disturb, I have it down here, approximately 1/2 an acre on the bottom, which is the parking lot and things like that, which we are also looking at a permeable surface there. So we wouldn't need to show the parking lot as taking part of that 20%. So it's a very small amount. Overall, if you look at some of the trails, we just need to make sure that the loop trails around the park are compliant with current building codes for stabilization, and the rest of it can be permeable. And so it's down to around about a quarter of an acre. It's really tiny amount. That's probably over an exaggeration.
Okay. Is there a way that, or have we attempted to educate or inform the public of the existing development that was on the property, and that it is not the intent to disturb natural spaces, that some of this land was not natural spaces, but that it was in fact housing development? Because when I went out there, what I seen was concrete slabs and land that was previously disturbed. It was not natural. So there seems to be a disconnect, or a way that we could like show it on the map about what's already disturbed.
Right, and to answer your first question, absolutely, the information about the areas that were already disturbed has presented almost every single meeting ad nauseum, showing that we have a lot of disturbed areas already. Some of them will be restored, and then we'll be putting in trails. So this is really a win for reducing the amount of paving on site overall. I'm not sure if we want to move back to the early presentation and look at the map that shows the existing site as is. I think
I won't ask you to go.
Okay.
I won't ask you to go back to the map. I just,
Okay.
from hearing the public comment, and I feel like I really was listening, I felt like we were going into something that was complete trees and natural landscape, and going in and like bulldozing something that was completely natural. And so that just seems not to be the case, because I visually saw what was there. And so I just wanted to make sure that I was clear on where the parking lot was and where the structures were, that the plan to put in, that they were where these things were already in place.
Yes, that is correct. So where we have parking lots, nature center, playgrounds, and other larger improvements, we already have a significant amount of impacts or impacts to the land from the previous private ownership.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Council? Councilmember Alvarez?
Thank you. Jen, again, thank you for everything that you've been doing for Roseland in regards to the parks. In regards to Vice Mayor's comments about the land that's already been disturbed, could you share with us the state of the creek, what is currently there, how it's being used by the neighbors, the leach lines, and if you could explain what a leach line and a leach pit is?
Sure, I appreciate it. So the creek is fairly heavily disturbed. If you do go there, there's concrete in the base. There's all sorts of development implements thrown into the creek, fencing falling into the creek, different things from different owners over the years and different uses, mostly farm equipment and things like that in the creek. We do have people camping in the creek as well. The property in the middle has a septic tanks as well as leach lines. So those are places where an existing sewer would be drawn out. So kind of in the middle of the property behind the big tree. There's a huge space more towards your right. Yes, that is a area where sewer lines are jumping into tanks and leach lines as well, we believe, from the private residences. So this residence, there was 2 residences as well as numerous outbuildings and trailers utilizing septic services. There's also septic tanks near the front of the property as well. So hopefully that gives a background for that part. We also have a little bit of septic tanks down here on the southern end of the parcel at 1400. Near that tree, there's a residence. It's really hard to see, but there is a house there. And septic tanks to support the sewer system at that site as well.
Now, one of the comments...
The plan is to remove those.
Oh, I'm sorry just to have interrupted you, Jen. In regards to one of the comments that we heard was the lawn. Now, the lawn was implemented before we actually had a drought. I wanted to make that clear. Now, moving forward, is there sufficient funds for us to actually implement the lawn within a year to 2 years?
Not at this time. So we're looking at development of the southern parcel as into the future. So right now we have a requirement from the Ag and Open Space District to connect a pedestrian trail from McMinn Avenue to the Rosen Creek Elementary. And again, that'll be at the top of the property, so to speak. In the open space area, we do have funds available to complete that project. However, we don't have funds available yet for the remainder of the parcel, as well as the lawn. We would definitely want to make sure that we have access into the park from pedestrians that is safe and code compliant into that area before we install any sort of lawn. So we're always looking for granting opportunities and other opportunities to make sure we have enough funds for that. And Roseland is really building a lot, so we're always looking for opportunities to collect additional funds to do that, but it is a long way off.
So in this case, it's funds and water, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Now, one of the comments that I believe it was Mr. Inocencio was that not everyone will get what they want. And one of the comments that we heard from another caller was a dog park. We heard other callers saying family-oriented barbecues. And this is sharing my experiences in these meetings, is that it's true, not everyone will get what they want. And one of the things that I've been hearing is that we invite students to the property to experience nature. And it's hard to appreciate a hawk when you've never seen a hawk. It's hard to appreciate what Mother Nature looks like when you've never been in Mother Nature. And what I want to see are these deer paths that direct traffic when the children do go out there and play. So they're not stopping outside of the pathways, the deer tracks, what I call deer tracks or deer paths. So it can be preserved. And one of the things that I'm very proud of the callers that have weighed in today is that they want to see our nature protected, that they want to see our natural resources respected. And I definitely feel it's important for us to educate our children on why it's important to preserve. But in order to do so, it can't be from a looking glass in. And I think that was something that was missing in the messages produced today. With that being said, lights. We heard a lot about lights in the park, and could you share with us, if you recall, why is it that the eastern part of the park was not lit up, such as the western part of the park?
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember. So in the plan, we're looking at more activities in the southern part of the park parcel. So traditionally, we'll add a security light nearby so that police can see the park at night. But otherwise, we don't usually put in a lot of lighting. And because the northern part of the parcel, I guess I know you're saying eastern, but the northeast and west part of the park is we're not looking at as many amenities. We certainly don't need to have lighting in those areas. We also have street lighting along McMinn Avenue for that. And we're looking at this park being very similar to our other parks where we are It's accessible to the community sunrise to sunset. So again, yeah, in the southern area, we're looking at potential security lighting near the playground and the parking lot, and as well as against the nature center when that's developed. But otherwise, it's going to be dark except for the surrounding street lights, et cetera.
You know, I just told the mayor that I had one question, but I came up with like two more. In regards to the sidewalks that go along Burbank Avenue, why is it that we do not have sidewalks there? And how will this park improve the access for the children who have to walk up and down Burbank Avenue?
Thank you, Councilmember. And if we can see the plan again, I can kind of show you what we were thinking there. So originally we had shown sidewalks and a planter strip with trees, et cetera, all along the park, along Burbank Avenue. And as part of the annexation process, as well as the Sebastopol area Roseland specific plan, comments were made that this community would prefer not to have sidewalks like that because it would remove a tremendous amount of trees in order to fit that in there. And it's a much safer route along Burbank to funnel the paved surface, you know, the sidewalk, so to speak, on the interior. So if you start in the southern part, you're looking at that multi-use trail. It crosses the creek, and then it turns back out and goes back towards Burbank Avenue, and then up out towards the edge of Burbank. So that's the planned pedestrian access. Again, it's a safer way to access it, and we don't have to remove a bunch of trees along Burbank Avenue, which was, you know, none of us really want to do that in this community. And so we're providing an equal access here and actually a much safer access up there. And as part of this park, when we do go to construct any portion of the sidewalk, pathway, whatever you want to call it, that's just interior of Burbank Avenue, we will be required to connect it all the way to the most northern crosswalk, which is not shown on here, and the most southern crosswalk, which again, it's not necessarily part of the master plan, but as part of the future construction, that's what will be happening there. So it's going to be safer than it is now, in addition to the flashing light crosswalk that will be coming. So hopefully that gives you an answer to that.
It does. In regards to implementing a sidewalk, should this project not move forward, what recourse does the community have to allow, as Santa Rosa continues to grow, as Roseland continues to grow, especially with all the new development that we've seen on the northern side of Sebastopol Road, what recourse does the community have to implement a sidewalk on Burbank Avenue?
If the community changes its mind, like the other master plans we showed, master plans can be amended, because as much as we would like to build this right now as planned, we often don't have the funding to completely build everything out. So in the future, if this community would rather prefer sidewalks, we can look at that in the future and amend the master plan at that time. But right now, this is the preference, and it's definitely a safer route than right along Burbank Avenue.
Thank you. And my last question, I promise. In regards to the pavement that we see in the parking, I understand that in the pathway that connects McMinn to Burbank, it's advisable to place something that's smooth for both ADA as well as those people that are walking so they don't trip, especially when we do have a small amount of rain that would create muddy situations. But in the parking lot, I understand for ADA, it must be a hard concrete, such as for our barbecue pit, but is it possible to implement gravel to lessen the amount of ground cover, or is the permeable concrete the best solution for these two parking sites? And thank you again, Jen.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember. Absolutely, we have discussed the option of putting in gravel because we're really just looking at vehicles traveling in those spaces, except for the part where we are combining the fire truck turnaround with a potential future sport court. We want to look at a permeable concrete in that area or something similar that's a little more stable for fire trucks to turn around, as well as providing, when you're walking on the surface, gravel's not that stable, but when you're driving on it, gravel is a perfectly appropriate and acceptable material, and it's wonderful because it allows for a lot of permeability. So we're definitely looking at that, although, you know, this plan doesn't get into that detail. When we get to that point, we can reach back out to the community, but gravel would be a really great space for that, except for when we have the ADA spaces, those will need to be paved, but everything else can be gravel.
And if I could just add in, council member, it's the ADA space and the path of travel to the amenity. So those would all have to be durable surfaces consistent with the California Building Code.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from council? All right, Councilmember Alvarez, this is your item, so if you could please introduce a motion for discussion.
I guess I wasn't done, was I? Resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa adopting the mitigated negative declaration, including the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program for the Roseland Creek Community Park Master Plan, and adopting the Roseland Creek Community Park Master Plan for Roseland Creek Community Park, and I waive the further reading of the text.
Second.
So I've got a motion from Councilmember Alvarez, a second from Councilmember Fleming. Let's go ahead and do comments now, and I do believe that there's two different resolutions that'll need to be introduced. So do any council members want to make comment on the motions? Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. Are you looking for a comment on the most recent, on Councilmember Alvarez's motion?
Let's do global comments. If you've got comments on the project, please provide them now.
That's what I would prefer, actually, and I thank you for that. And you know, I will try to be brief. It has been since the Roseland annexation that I've seen so much community output or input for a project, and this has been going on for 10 years. The annexation went on quite some time longer, but this has been a real impressive community outreach. I've visited the site, I've met with staff, I've met with the community. Not, of course, not everyone, but neighbors and members of the Board of Community Services. And for me, this is about striking a balance. And it's never perfect. Striking a balance is a perfect balance is very, very difficult to achieve. We heard from Stephanie Manieri, who I think said a mouthful during her comments about the what she saw as the needs of the community when balanced with the ability of the city to provide a park for this particular area. So I think that this plan does strike a balance between the open space and the passive and the more program space. So I'm very much in favor of the plan as it sits. And keep in mind, I think the entire community in the city needs to keep in mind that I don't believe there's a single park. Now, I've lived here all my life, and I don't think there's a single park in this city that has not had a change in it from its inception to its present day state. Without exception, I think they have all changed with the needs of the community, with the needs of the neighborhood, and so this park will also change over time, and I think it will change as the neighbors and as the community requests. So I am very much in favor of this plan, and I will be voting in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. And I apologize, I misspoke. I said there were two resolutions. There's one resolution that covers both of the actions that staff is recommending. Councilmember Swedhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I don't want to reiterate everything Mr. Sawyer just said. But for the several years I've been engaged in this project, it's been mainly listening, whether it be at the community meetings, listen to different neighbors, the CBI folks. And unfortunately, and I really do appreciate the number of people who have been engaged in this process. And I really want to thank Councilmember Alvarez. Your engagement in this, you really are modeling. This is what a council member looks like in your district. So thank you for all your efforts. But again, I'm hearing more and more and more. And I really want to thank Jen Santos and Jason Nutt walking the property, because quite frankly, my experiences in walking the entire property for the several hours we were out there are not consistent with some of the comments that I heard today. So doing all that listening, what's in the best interest? And Mr. Sawyer used the word I was going to use is balance. It's all about balance. And on slide 23 today, one of the comments that was the last one, I think, was this area needs an active park and natural space, a park that meets both needs, nature and community, I think is spot on. So I'm very supportive of this project, and we do need to move forward on this, and this is what progress looks like. So thank you for this, and I'll be supporting this motion.
Councilmember Fleming.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, and everybody who participated in this. To my mind, this is an excellent example of how justice works, social and racial equity and justice works in action, and how it sounds like the council is going to be supporting this, and how we have the ability to get out there. Thanks very much to staff and Mr. Alvarez's work, to get out there to find the voices that don't find themselves in these meetings and in these chambers, and elevate them in a way that meets the community's most basic needs, and does so in a way that's respectful of multiple perspectives, but maintains that the future residents and the needs of our lower income families who will be moving into this area are cannot be dismissed, and that we shed it. What I'm trying to say is that it's really challenging to get done what got done today, and I'm incredibly impressed and proud of what we're about to do, and I will be supporting this.
Well, I appreciate the comments from my colleagues. This has been in the works for over 10 years, and if you listen to the public comment tonight, I think there was about 2 hours of public comment. I think it's very apparent that it could be another 10 years and we still wouldn't reach an agreement that fit for everybody. I think that this plan is a really good approach. I want to commend Councilmember Alvarez for all of the work that you've done to listen, to try to strike that balance, to find that compromise within our community that meets the needs, not just of the folks who live right up against the park and would prefer for it to stay their sanctuary, their tranquility, but also the needs of the community as it grows, and in particular for our youth. I really appreciate the work that you've done, and I think that this is how districts is supposed to work. I'll be very proud to vote in favor of this tonight. I'm doing it at the recommendation of the council member who represents the district, who listens to all of the voices and has found a way to move forward, as well as listening to public input for the last couple of years as well. Council member, do you have any final thoughts?
I'm proud of Rosa for recognizing that they have power in their voice, and when they speak up, they are heard. And thank you for hearing them. Thank you.
With that, Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
All right, thank you so much, Council. We are going to take a dinner break, so we will come back at 8:40, so in a half hour at 8:40 for our final item. All right, Madam City Clerk, let's call the roll and resume our meeting.
Okay. Councilmember Tibbetts? Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Here.
Councilmember Fleming? Councilmember Alvarez?
Present.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Present.
Mayor Rogers?
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts, have you joined us? Councilmember Fleming, have you joined us? Okay, let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmembers Fleming and Councilmember Tibbetts.
All right, Mr. City Manager, let's do 14.1.
Mayor Rogers and members of the City Council, item 14.1 is a report item on the annual report of the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, a wildfire annex to the local hazard mitigation plan. Paul Lowenthal, our Assistant Fire Marshal, will be presenting the staff report on this item.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Rogers, members of the council. Paul Lowenthal, Assistant Fire Marshal with the Fire Department. Here to present our first annual Community Wildfire Protection Plan, the first report following its adoption by council last year. So diving right in, next slide, please. So for the council members that were not part of that process, the Community Wildfire Protection Plan is a 5-year plan that focuses on essentially protecting our city and our community from the effects of wildfires in the future. It serves as a roadmap again for 5 years. There were some basic requirements that came with the plan that come from the Healthy Forest Restoration Act, and it includes it being a collaborative process, prioritizes fuel reductions, and also outlines treatment strategies to help eliminate what we refer to as structural ignitability, so protecting homes. We've taken that plan much further beyond those basic requirements. Next slide. And so that's shown here in kind of how the history of how it developed. So this was funded by a grant back in 2018 through the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. I will note that this is one of the, as you heard me talk about at one of our last council meetings, one of the only grants that we actually were successful in related to vegetation management. That grant funded the development of this program. The development process was initiated in April of 2019. We did experience kind of some delays in the implementation or finalization of the plan based on the pandemic and the impacts that had on our ability to engage with the community. We were able to strategize, do a lot of virtual as well as additional follow-up with the community, but we were able to get those community meetings in the vast majority of our outreach prior to the pandemic hitting. The final plan was brought to council on August 25th of 2020, and again, a 5-year plan. And during that process, the fire department committed to providing an annual report, which is what we're doing here. It was also interesting and kind of eerie in a sense that if you remember, we talked about during that that report item that it identified the greatest threat to the city was to the northeast of Santa Rosa, in between the unburned area between the Tubbs and the Nuns Fire. And shortly thereafter, the approval of the plan and us trying to get started on it occurred the Glass Fire. So this plan was funded by council on April 27th of this year, where council allocated $5.25 million to kickstart the 5-year plan. So roughly about $5 million a year over the course of 5 years, with $250,000 for the end of it to reestablish a new plan to carry us into the future. And again, the funds allowed us to implement the vegetation management program. Next slide. So the plan itself identified essentially 9 objectives, and with those 9 objectives came 46 actionable items. We didn't wait until we received that $5.25 million. As soon as we got the plan approved, we got to work immediately. The funds obviously did help, but there were certain things that we were able to absorb with existing staff between the time that it was implemented and April. So over the course of the last year, we'll go through some of the improvements and processes that we've taken to, again, move forward with the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. Next slide. So the first of those 9 objectives was improved coordination and tracking. So that objective identified 4 different actionable items. The first of which was developing a GIS database to track the vegetation management activities. This was a really key step for us. It was a big step. We're able to utilize our internal GIS staff to basically build a database that can track and manage the work that we do as a city, the work that we do in cooperation with our cooperating partners, as well as work that's being done by various homeowners associations on large scale. This will also help us forecasting the needs around the city. Another objective or action item was asking us to continue to coordinate with property owners on open space issues. So that is something we've been very engaged with, working with a lot of, whether it's the OSMA, the Open Space Management Association in Fountain Grove, HOAs in Bennett Valley, Oakmont. We're doing a lot of coordination and a lot of assistance with their residents and their HOA reps. And we're providing support to property owners, again, open space associations, homeowner associations. So making a lot of good progress in that category. Next slide. So this is an example of what the back end of the mapping system looks like. So this is a treatment that we actually did in Howarth Park earlier this season. We were able to actually put in a break behind the homes along Sullivan Ridge in Howarth Park. And we physically go into the database, track it, enter the information regarding it. And so that way we can start forecasting what our needs are around the city. So we know where the work was done, what year it was done, who did the work, so that ultimately we can make sure that we're tracking where our needs are into the future. Next slide. So the next objective was to improve our evacuation routes, and that came with 6 different actionable items. So one of the big things that we've been working on right now is a grant opportunity. Originally started as a grant opportunity with CAL FIRE, and it is now shifting to a potential project that we may be able to fund with what we refer to as CAL FIRE's local unit. So that's the Sonoma Lake Napa unit. CAL FIRE, as you've seen, has allocated millions and millions of dollars around the state. They are very interested and have been working with us on a project that is specifically designed to prevent the spread of fire into our community from the north. And so this project that we're working on is going to be essentially designed to remove a lot of the dead and down fuels in the Tubbs burn scar on the north end of the city in the Fountain Grove area, as well as into the county. And so this will extend to the road networks in that area. And again, it's to reduce a lot of the effects that we've seen from a lot of the regrowth and invasive species that have popped up in Fountain Grove that I know the fire department, myself, and a number of council members have seen a lot of the complaints about. We are working to mitigate that, but it's also part of our evacuation route strategy. We also submitted for a hazard mitigation plan. That has made it through CalOES, and it's at FEMA right now. That is going to be a $2.1 million grant application. We will be responsible with 25% cost share of that through this grant program. And again, this is designed for reducing fuels along multiple evacuation routes in and around our wildland urban interface on private and public properties. So we will hopefully be awarded this grant and be able to work with homeowners along multiple evacuation routes and feeder streets to, again, reduce fuels along road systems. Next slide. So these are examples of some of the roads. So here at the bottom right-hand corner, you see Cross Creek. This is the city side of Cross Creek Road. We're able to work with our streets staff to do a lot of really good work on the county side of Cross Creek Road. But this is an example of the private side where homeowners and property owners need assistance in a number of cases in dealing with some of the, again, the long-term effects of our burn scars. And then we have other areas that can just benefit from general maintenance, like we see in the top left screen, which is up in the Los Olivos, Montecito areas, where we've been actively engaged with our community and very aware of the concerns up there and have added this and those streets to this grant application. Next slide. Educating the public was number 3, and that came with a lot of actionable items. So we have been working very hard with Adrian Merton's communication team on fulfilling a lot of the action items that come out of this objective. So we've been working to increase our education. There was a lot of feedback from the community during the surveys of the development of the plan, requesting and almost demanding additional outreach and education. So it's been kind of a fine line walking back and forth between physically doing things in the field that people actually see, and a lot of the behind the scene work that's going on that's actually reaching and helping educate people all across our community, but it may not be as visible and obvious to people. One of the 2 big things that we've done is redesign our Wildfire Ready and our Ready Santa Rosa page that you'll see, but that's been a huge part of our education component. And we've created a lot of new handouts that have been relevant to our current topics: evacuation routes, evacuation checklists. A lot of the materials that you're seeing have been improved and enhanced as part of the overall strategies related to the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, educating the public, and helping, again, move a lot of those things forward. We've also been focusing, as outlined in the plan, the need to educate and communicate and work with our vulnerable populations, and as well as dealing with needs associated with pets and animals in our community. So this includes our emergency management staff, so Neil Bregman, Brittany Miller, again, Adrian Merton's team, as well as our community outreach specialists, all engaged at all different levels, dealing with educating the public as we work through the various actionable items. And another important note is our Wildfire Ready community meetings that we worked on with community engagement. So that was an exciting series that we held as, again, another component of doing what we can to make sure that we're working through the needs associated with the plan. Next slide. So this is the website. This is the Wildfire Ready website. You see this link on a lot of the outreach information that we've been providing to residents, whether it's in our City Connections newsletter, whether it's on various social media posts that we've been hitting hard over the last several years regarding fire weather watches, red flag warnings, different fire type messaging, are pushing everybody to Wildfire Ready and Ready SR. And one thing to note is that with the new and improved landing pages, a lot of the topics that come out of the needs associated with the plan have been included in the City Connections on a weekly basis. And over the last several months, it's actually interesting to note that the City Connections Wildfire Ready articles have consistently been the top 1 and 2 most clicked links, where people are actually physically clicking to expand it and go to the website, move around, read all the information that we're getting of all the different articles. So it shows that with about 90,000 subscribers that are part of City Connection, that education was truly a big component, and the community continues to eagerly utilize the information we're giving them and make the improvements that we're asking. Next slide. And then we have the Ready SR. So the Wildfire Ready, again, that page on the last website was our landing page for everything from our wildland urban interface, community wildfire protection plan, what the city's doing, information about fire weather watches and warnings, our property owner resource library, all the different components that we are engaged with for our vegetation management program. Being Wildfire Ready is covered on that. And under Ready SR is all our information now under regarding evacuation zones, checklists, alerts, preparedness tips, neighborhood travel routes. So again, this was feedback that we were provided by the consultant team that saw a real need to centralize these 2 critical topics, and they have definitely served their purpose and will continue to serve their purpose for the foreseeable future. Next slide. And again, continuing with the educating the public. So we have had the opportunity with some of the changes and the restrictions with COVID protocols. A lot of our outreach was limited to Zoom, but with some of our more vulnerable populations, that was in some cases a challenge. So this was an opportunity where we were able to engage This particular case was in Oakmont, which was our first opportunity to actually engage with that community in person, social distance and following all of our protocols. Really good to be able to get in touch with them and actually deal with a lot of the critical issues that they're faced with right now with vegetation management, again, defensible space, being wildfire ready, emergency alerts, helping assisting them with their no weather radios. So there was a lot of things that were going on at this event that we had not been able to, and we're fortunate to get this accomplished this season. Next slide. And then going back to the efforts that went into actually kicking off fire season. So if you remember this year, we declared fire season on the 17th of May. It was the earliest that we have actually declared it locally. The local declaration was because of some of the changes at a state level where CAL FIRE no longer declares. So Chief Westrop facilitated that declaration for us. But it also played into, again, a lot of the needs identified in the plan that were carried out by our department working with the comms team, that it included a pretty comprehensive outreach strategy that kickstarted officially on May 10th. So there was a lot of work that was outlined, as like you see here, that included mailers, news releases, nixles, the city connection kickoffs, the radio PSA. So again, using the plan as our toolbox to really do a lot of good work for the community. Next slide. Improve wildfire preparedness. So this category came with 5 actionable items, one of which was working to increase the number of citizens actively engaged in COPE. So COPE is a fantastic organization. As a number of you are very well aware, it was a program that initiated here in Santa Rosa with a partnership with Oakmont that has spread all across the county after the 2017 fires. And we are actively continuing to work on providing opportunities, encouraging communities or neighborhoods throughout our community to engage at all different levels. Any efforts that we've been able to help with are beneficial because any level of being organized is ultimately a step in the right direction. And again, we're committed to doing what we can to foster that around the city. Another item was to continue fostering our relationship with Listos and COAD. One key notable thing that we included in the no weather radios that we handed out was also making sure that we had plenty of supply of Spanish no weather radios and that we were working with those that were in need, as well as a lot of our nonprofit organizations that helped us carry out that mission in collaboration with the city. And we were also working, again, to develop a program to address evacuation of vulnerable populations. So I regularly attend Oakmont's homeowners association meetings, helping answer questions, dealing with evacuation issues, as well as supporting where we can their Map Your Neighborhood, their COPE programs. And then another notable thing that we've done is actually work to help implement an evacuation plan and program for Spring Lake villages. So we work very closely with that community. They have an evacuation plan in place that we have exercised with them, physically exercised it, where they evacuated residents to our temporary evacuation point on West 3rd Street. So it really shows that we truly are engaged with our community at all different levels, physically doing stuff as well as educating. Next slide. Next objective came with 6 actionable items regarding structural hardening. So one of the things that we have done already is with new homes that are permitted, that go through their permitting process and are built after January 1st, 2021, are now required to have between 3 and 5 feet of that non-combustible space around their home. So basically hardscaping around home. What we saw in the Tubbs fire and again in the Glass fire was what Embercast did to a lot of our existing structures in our community that are primarily built prior to current code standards. But regardless, even homes that are built to current standards are still susceptible. So we now require 3 feet of non-combustible space around homes for homes that are equipped with residential interior fire sprinklers, and 5 feet for structures that are not equipped with interior fire sprinklers. And that's there because there are some exemptions for accessory structures, but it allows us to capture all of it. We now have a fire inspector assigned to conduct voluntary home assessments that assist with home hardening. That inspector has been very busy. We're in the process of actually recruiting 2 limited term fire inspectors that will be funded through our vegetation management funds that have been allocated to the department to assist with a lot of the evolving needs that are coming with the vegetation management program. We've also submitted for another grant that was submitted at the same time as the last one I previously spoke of for evacuation routes. And this one is specific to Wildland Urban Interface Field Modification Program, which is actually for defensible space as well as home hardening. That home hardening retrofit will be for the 2 most common needs that we've seen in our community, and that's for vent screens and gutter guards. We saw, again, a lot of spread in the glass fire specific to fires that were able to establish themselves either through vents or more notably in gutter guards. I believe council heard in one of our previous presentations that myself, Chief Westrop, and a lot of other staff were actually physically in Oakmont able to see the effects of unprotected gutters and having to actually physically put out gutter fire after gutter fire. So hopefully this program, if awarded, we'll be able to help offset a lot of those costs. And again, this one comes with a 25% cost share. So that will play into roughly, it's actually close to probably $1.25 million in cost share that we will be utilizing out of our PG&E settlement funds to cover the cost share of these federal grants. Next slide. Tree vegetation to reduce hazards. This came with 6 actionable items. So staff, we have allocated now, or working to allocate $1 million out of the $5.25 million. We're working right now to put a scope of work together to actually hire a contractor. We will be using $1 million of the money to actually do field reduction work on private properties along roadways. So that is our focus right now, is doing work that protects residents and protects our community. So this will be an exciting opportunity for us where regardless of how long it may take to potentially move through some of those federal grants that in some cases can take up to a couple of years, this will allow us to at the same time work to actually physically do a lot of the work that we know needs to be done. We just haven't been able to physically do it yet. But it's it's an exciting opportunity for us and look forward to actually physically doing work where people can see it and in addition to a lot of the work that we're doing behind the scenes. We've also been end of last year, and again this year is utilizing some of our leftover weed abatement funds to do field treatment projects. So we have a $150,000 weed abatement annual budget that we use SAC, supervised adult crews, to do our weed abatement work for certain city properties as well as our abatement properties through our weed abatement program. The benefit of us using SAC is they are a lot cheaper than we utilized with contractors in the past. And with our leftover money, we've been able to do special projects. So we've done, like you saw earlier, treatment in Howarth Park, and we've done treatment this season in Skyhawk Open Space. We're continuing to work with the homeowner associations on the treatments that were identified in the plan and helping them implement the plan within their own treatment areas. What that means is the plan actually helped identify what work should be done in different homeowners associations throughout our community. So it helped them lay out the framework for what we need them to do, and we're committed to helping them with that process. Another thing we did, if you remember earlier this year, is we established a burn pile ordinance that allows us to help offset some of the costs associated with reducing hazardous fuels in our large, open, undeveloped areas where it is almost cost prohibitive to conduct the fuel removal. So this allows that work to take place, which benefits our entire community. Next slide. So here's a couple examples. This is what the lower Skyhawk open space looks like. So if you're taking Mountain Hawk Drive off of Highway 12 heading into Skyhawk. On the right side is the open space that you typically can't see through. This is what the backside of that looks like where it's up against the home. So we had our contractor go in and physically do work that provides a significant level of protection between the open space and the rear of the structures. Next slide. And then this is work that was done in Howarth Park. Go to the next slide. And this is now what it looks like on the backside of Sullivan Ridge, in between Sullivan Ridge and Sullivan Road in Howarth Park. So again, another opportunity for us to utilize funds to implement our plan using creative mechanisms. Next slide. Improve enforcement of defensible space standards. Another action item, objective came with 7 different action items. So we are working to establish a new comprehensive vegetation management ordinance that will bring all the different vegetation management type ordinances, whether it's pile burning, the needs to address a lot of the dead and down trees, all that is going to live under one future ordinance where it'll be comprehensive of all of our needs throughout our wildland urban interface in our city specific to vegetation management. So that will help clean our processes up, streamline our needs, and make things enforceable, and again, benefit our entire community. We will have an inspection program. We've already started phase 1, which is our education and voluntary assessments. But ultimately, our goal is actually to have an enforcement program in place that will involve inspections and enforcement, again, to help make our community better prepared for wildfires and in a better position to protect our assets and values, our housing stock, our businesses. Again, the goal of the program is really to help mitigate what we've now been through in the Tubbs, the Nuns, and the Glass Fire. Next slide. There was a need to increase staffing to address the needs associated with the plan. There was a lot of feedback related to this. It was interesting to see that 74% supported that need. With that, we have assigned Assistant Fire Marshal myself to now manage the implementation of the Community Wildfire Protection Plan and the development of our vegetation management program. And again, we are also working to recruit 2 limited term 2-year fire inspectors to support the program. And again, that will be funded through the PG&E funds that were allocated. Next slide. And there was a request to consider expanding the wildland urban interface. And there was 2 items that were identified in this one. So based on community feedback, we did look at the existing wildland urban interface area, which I will show you on the next slide for those that are not familiar with it. After doing an evaluation of it and speaking with our consultant and other staff members, we currently have made a determination to not expand it. One of the most notable areas that was originally requested was Coffee Park. We had a lot of feedback to move the wildland interface into that direction. It did not meet the definition of what the intention of the wildland urban interface designation was there for. And it's also important to understand some of the unintended consequences with that. We are and continue to hear from a lot of our community members regarding insurance issues and living within that designated zone. So we want to make sure that the zone that we have meets its intended use and that we're helping mitigate the risks in those areas for our community. Next slide. And this is our wildland interface. So top left is our Fountain Groves extending all the way down to the Flamingo Hotel at that kind of southern point. To the bottom right is basically Montgomery Drive on the north side, all the way on the Annandale State Park side of Summerfield Road, all the way down to the edge of the city. We refer to as the top right one is kind of our Rincon Valley Skyhawk, which carries from Calistoga Road, kind of wraps around the Safeway Shopping Center area, but carries all the way out along Highway 12 up to Los Alamos Road. And then we have the piece that goes from Melita Road and Highway 12 and carries on the Annandale State Park of Oakmont Drive in Oakmont. And then the little piece off to the top right is the county complex, or the upper portion of the county complex that's currently undeveloped, is actually technically inter-wildland interface. Next slide. So that was a quick down and dirty through the 9 objectives and action items that are underway. We have taken action on 36 of the 46 actionable items, and we've actually completed 7 of them already. So in addition to continuing to work on the remainder of the actionable items identified in the plan, kind of some of our key priorities and things that we want to share with you tonight to kind of wrap this up is that one of the things we want to do is essentially form a working group that's going to help coordinate some of our conflicting requirements at a local level that help deal with everything from the future developments of our vegetation management ordinance, tree ordinance, water use efficiency, landscape ordinance, and any other local regulations, so that we can all make sure that what we're going to be doing and working on will be, again, in the best interest of our community, and making sure that all of our departments are coordinating so that it's a smooth operation for our community. We will be investigating the use of herbicides to treat invasive species. This came up a couple times in our plan with our community, and we've actually had conversations with both Caltrans as well as Cal Fires. The reason we're putting this on the radar is what we are seeing, and I know we've talked about it a little bit before, is specifically in Fountain Grove, where a vast majority of our canopies, which were originally pre-2017 oak and grass woodlands, died off, were killed off based on proximity to structures, the way some of those canyons burned. And with the loss of the canopies, areas that never really saw the day of light are now seeing it. And with that, we have an explosive growth of invasive species that include Scotch broom, French broom, as well as bay. The rates at which these are growing, in some cases, is actually making the backside of Fountain Grove, as well as the Mark West Corridor, worse today than it was in 2017. And we need to come up with a strategy that helps limit its spread and reducing it as best we can. So that is something that we will be looking at. We will be seeking additional grant opportunities and fundings for not only the next 4 years with what we have remaining, but beyond that. The vegetation management program isn't going to be going anywhere. There's clearly a need for it. And so we will be continuing to seek grant opportunities to continue to carry the programs into the future. And like we talked about earlier, we will be shifting to visible projects. A lot of the work that we've done over the last year is not as visible and noticeable to our community. We continue to get a significant number of inquiries, complaints, concerns. So we will be this year, year 2, doing a lot of physical projects in the community where people will actually be able to see them. We also want to make mention that we are actually exploring a partnership, and this is a unique opportunity for us to potentially become an umbrella organization for Fire Safe Sonoma. Fire Safe Sonoma used to live under Sonoma County Fire Emergency Services when that organization still existed. It has kind of been on its own. It is made up of both fire and public type leaders from throughout the county, and is serving as kind of a lead fire safe council for organizations across the county. But one thing that we are seeing, and we continue to see, is kind of a lack of coordination and competing projects. So the city was approached by Fire Safe Sonoma to potentially explore a partnership where that organization could live underneath our organization as an umbrella organization, but it would not be Santa Rosa taking over the program. It would be us essentially giving it a home. This is a unique opportunity and an exciting opportunity because it could actually greatly improve our ability to secure funds. If there's a project we want to do in the city, we would be allowing Fire Safe Sonoma to then reach out to the other organizations and jurisdictions across the county, and we could then seek larger scale projects which are stand a better chance of being awarded through whether it's BRIC funding or other opportunities, where these are exactly the type of opportunities and funded and projects they want to see funded. So this is something that we are currently exploring and hope to continue to potentially have actually come into fruition. And then last but not least, and I saved this one for Councilmember Tibbetts, we are legitimately exploring a partnership with the Santa Rosa Junior College. And that does include both work with their ag as well as a newly developed vegetation management type program that they want to actually offer. So from the vegetation management side, we would potentially help with some of the coursework. And then on the ag side, we are exploring the opportunity for us to actually become a partner with a herd. So I know I heard a lot about that, and there's been a lot of feedback and a lot of requests for grazing in our community. So this is definitely potentially another unique opportunity for our department. And next slide. That is it. And I tried to get through that as quick as I could, knowing you guys had a long afternoon. So I am here, Chief Westrope and Fire Marshal Moon are here if need to be. They can be promoted to help answer any questions, but happy to answer anything that you have.
Great, thank you so much, Paul. We really appreciate it, and it's a lot of work, and it's incredibly important for the community. So I appreciate what you're doing. I did have a question, first and foremost, for Chief Westrope. Can we get the chief promoted?
I'm getting him promoted now.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone.
Evening, Chief. My question for you is going to be a consistent one, and I've asked it in the past, and I'll continue to ask it. As we get further into the vegetation management program, are we finding that we have enough funding allocated to achieve its purposes? Or particularly in a couple of weeks, we have the next round of conversation around the PG&E settlement funds and ARPA. As we know more, hearing more about Fountain Grove and the loss of canopy there and some of the priorities from the department, would it be helpful and beneficial and necessary for us to allocate additional funding to this project?
I appreciate the question. I appreciate the consistent question. And my answer would be this, is number one, when we laid this program out, we'd never had one before. The city's never had something like this before. So the funding opportunities and the cost of the program was relatively unknown. We did our best guess, and it was under previous administration, best guess on what it was going to cost. But if you look at 44 square miles on 180,000 people, it's a big project. And when we're surrounded by 30% of our cities surrounded in the wildland urban interface, it's a lot of projects. So is it enough? We're still working on that. And I would say probably not at this point. What I did talk about in goal setting, if you recall, and in regards to the PG&E funding, is that Paul's gone out and done a great job of applying for grants and almost doubled the value of our $5 million investment in vegetation management and potential grant funding, and he laid that out to you today. So first and foremost, what you've seen in the PG&E settlement request is an additional $1.25 million set aside to have that grant match available. If we don't get the grants, if we find another funding mechanism for that grant match fund, that obviously come back to council for reallocation to whatever project you wanted to. So that's first and foremost. We could certainly work on some numbers. We have a lot of projects already in the pipeline for PG&E and ARPA. We could certainly work on some numbers on what we think that would look like to sort of enhance the program and add more shovel-ready or visible projects. But as we've talked about both with fire prevention and with management, is that a lot of this comes down to the ability for us to contract out where we don't have the crews to do it. So we're going to have to contract the work. So it's finding the contractors, and that's part of the unknown on the cost is exactly what the cost is going to come back on those. So we can certainly work up some numbers and add it to the list. But we can throw all the money in the world at this and really make an impact. So it's finding that balance of cost benefit and meeting the right goals that we want to. But we can certainly work up some numbers and come across with a better idea of what we're looking at based on where we're at in this process so far after a year of the CWPP and 5 months of vegetation management program.
Great. I really appreciate that, Chief. I know it is a priority. It's not going away. And I know we've talked in the past about large upfront investment to get a hold of vegetation management and then an ongoing cost to continue that program. So I do recognize that. Council, any other questions? Okay. I'm seeing no other questions from staff on this one. Excuse me, from council. We'll go ahead and go to public comment on this. I see one hand on Zoom. We'll start with David.
Yes, this is David Harris, 355 Gemma Circle, Santa Rosa. More than 30-year resident of Santa Rosa and in this fire zone. But I want to make the observation that, in between weed abatement and pile burning, the whole question of wooden fences, I think, needs to be looked at seriously. There's been a lot of rebuild of standard inch board fences that go all the way up to the structure. And that is something that really we should look very seriously at, because it is in there with weeds and accumulated piles as a source of fuel that propagates the fire, and in many cases is really the wick that takes it right up to the wall. And I had a friend who was trying to fight the fire back in October of 2017, and the neighbor house was on fire, and he was up there with the hose, and he could spray his wall to keep that radiated heat from starting his wall on fire until the fence between their two properties caught on fire, and then he could not continue to stand there. And the fact that we are actually permitting wooden fences to put cured firewood between our properties and leading up to our properties, I think we need to address that. And of course, the questions are, well, what are the alternatives? But I won't try and go into that tonight. But I think we need to look at fences.
All right, thank you, David. The only hand I see on Zoom, so I'll bring it back here. Mr. Frazier, good to see you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate seeing people in person again. It's been quite a while. Thank you very much for that. And of course, thank you also to Assistant Fire Marshal Paul Lowenthal. It's always great to hear from our very heroic first responders, and we very much appreciate it. What's on my mind today and why I stand and deliver has to do with an urgency ordinance that will be before the council in a couple weeks regulating STRs. And while we search for rationale for an urgency ordinance, we do see that most of the black ink is devoted to a section that's entitled Life and Safety Requirements. And therein is quite an extensive amount of regulation that this ordinance would deliver to STR owners and operators. And so my question is, because we are really trying to figure out what the urgency is here, and obviously these issues are of an urgent nature, but we can't understand really the dichotomy between what STRs are being demanded to do and what just normal properties are subjected to. And furthermore, we find it very distasteful, to say the least, that STRs are being set up as a problem that they're not. So we want to be sensitive to that. For instance, we find that there was 9 objectives and 47 actionable items, but nowhere in there is any mention that fire pits, outdoor fireplaces, barbecue grills, 3 feet or smaller, should be located 25 feet from a property line, structure, flammable source. And if it was larger than 3 feet, it would be a 50-foot distance between any flammable source, apparently. There's no urgency in the advice that's being created by the fire department and the WUI protection plans, the fire department's website. When we go there for advice on barbecue grills, for instance, there's one line about not spraying flammable charcoal lighter on a fire that's already lit. But there is a page about candles and candles are more urgent as a fire risk than what's contained in the urgency ordinance proposed to regulate STRs. Furthermore, there's a quarterly mailing by the city to STR owners and operators. What a convenient place to insert educational material about risks caused by fires. If there was an urgency to control the behavior of STRs or their guests, surely that effort would have begun earlier. Thank you all. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Any other comments in the chamber? All right, I'll go ahead and bring it back to council. Madam City Attorney, do we need to vote to accept the report?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Tibbetts, this is your item. All right, how about Mr. Schwedhelm?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Move that the council accepts the first report from the fire department regarding get the correct name here, Community Wildfire Protection Plan.
A second with great thanks.
Motion from Councilmember Schwedhelm and a second from Councilmember Sawyer. Any other comments? Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Thank you. And I would just like to add my thanks to all the efforts of not only Chief Westrope, Fire Marshal Moon, and Assistant Fire Marshal Lowenthal. This is the behind the scenes things that actually make a huge difference in the community. So thank you for your efforts on this, and I think we're heading in the right direction.
With that, let's go ahead and call the vote.
Councilmember Tibbetts? Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Let the record show the motion passes with 6 ayes with Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
Thank you so much, team. Really appreciate the work you're doing on it. Let's move on now to item number 16. That's the notice of the final map for 3575 Mendocino Avenue, subdivision phase 1. See if there are any public comments on that item. Seeing no one rise and no hands on Zoom, I'll bring it back and see if there's any comments from council. Great. We'll move on then to item number 17. That's public comment for non-agenda items. If you're interested in providing comment tonight on an item that we didn't hear, please feel free to either hit the raise hand feature on Zoom or to line up at the podium. We'll start with David on Zoom.
Yes, thank you. This is David Harris again. I wanted to speak on an item that I know last was on your agenda back in August of 2020, and that is the long-awaited overcrossing over 101, basically between the JC and Cottingtown and in the direction of the North Smart Station. Councilman Sawyer and I were in a class together now many years ago, not quite 20, that dealt with the topic of reducing vehicle miles traveled. And, you know, we need more alternatives for getting back and forth across town. When I came to Santa Rosa more than 30 years ago, I lived right next to 101 in the St. Rose neighborhood. And I had spent a summer in Berlin, and I mean, 101 is basically the Berlin Wall of Santa Rosa, and we have gotten some successful crossings that are alternatives to driving, but we need more, and we've really made a lot of progress toward getting that overcrossing to the JC toward the Smart Station. But I really have a concern about the type of structure that's put there and the cost, and what's been proposed by the out-of-town consultants is really something that is more like I don't know, an aesthetic structure, not something that I think is as practical as a steel truss prefab, which would be more cost effective and could also be used to really be a placemaker. You know, Santa Rosa used to have over Mendocino a banner over a sign over the top. And there are places like Willits and Modesto that still have over their major arteries some type of signage that really names the place. And I think that bridge should be looked at to be something designed that communicates what's in the neighborhood there around the Steel Lane exchange, the Edwards Elliott alignment there, and of course the JC's on the east side, the Smart Station on the west side, and you can drive down 101 and not know that either one of those are there. And this is an opportunity, I'd say once in a century opportunity, to have a bridge design there that will make that place and give identity to what we have in that neighborhood. And back in 2009-10, there was the AIA, the American Institute of Architects Redwood Empire chapter, was involved in organizing a charrette with out-of-town, the past president of the National AIA and others involved, and there were entries made for designs related to that northwest sector, and I think we need to look more closely at that. So I will leave it at that for today. Thank you.
Thank you, David. We'll go to Mr. Frazier.
Thank you again. I appreciate the opportunity to take the council's time. And again, I'm going to refer to the urgency ordinance whose language was just released on Friday. So there hasn't been a lot of time, and it's a very complex ordinance. And as you know, it's set to come before you again just in a couple weeks. The problem is that we strongly feel by doing our research that this ordinance has been established in bad faith. When we go to the August Economic Subcommittee meeting, we try to verify the information that was served up, purportedly as fact to support an urgency ordinance. We find that we cannot factually verify the information. That the allegation that there's properties that are operating without paying TOT is erroneous. In fact, if that were true, it would just point to the nonfeasance of the city operating and collecting these taxes. We know from our public records request that the best practice is to collect these taxes over the platform and have them remitted by Verbo or Airbnb. Even being presented with that best practice by Airbnb, the city declined to participate. This is just evidence of your nonfeasance. This isn't a violation, even if these properties exist, and we actually question whether they exist. We go down the list and we try to find what the urgency is with this urgency ordinance. We know that the August 10th meeting was filled with disinformation. It was a purposeful lie. Why are you doing that? One thing I didn't address in the fire safety prevention when we talk about Airbnb was we certainly have a record about how Airbnb and other platforms rose to the challenge to provide space for evacuees, first responders. I know, I was part of that. As you know, I have a hosted STR downtown. The fact that those experiences are not being relied upon on critical ordinances that go right to the heart of hardening and preparing our community is disgraceful. I know that STRs are a political handball, and they're aided by an environment of companies that want to tell you problems, problems, problems. We see it in the presentation at the association that you just went to last weekend. We see it in your information. We see it in host compliance. Knock it off. Get to a factual basis. I do thank you, though, because this will precipitate getting to the bottom of the BIA, of Ironman, of the tourism economy, and other issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. DeWitt.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. 3 years have passed since you folks took out the opportunity for the public to present evidence to you by way of an overhead projector. There's a sign on the one over there saying that you're going to get it going soon. We've been under the pandemic for 18, 19 months, and you have an opportunity. Please make that available, because that would have helped today for presentations. I brought some evidence that could have been shared. I want to say right now it's really important to be supportive of Mr. Alvarez on his efforts for dealing with what are now known as sideshows. When I was younger, people used to go up and down 4th Street, cruising. They were pushed off of 4th Street, they went up and down Mendocino Avenue. They were pushed off of Mendocino Avenue, came over to Roseland. So this has been going on for decades, and I believe we need to find a way to be helpful for young folks to go out and do what they do with their cars. I also wanted to point out that the Planning Commission made a decision the other day that directly affects the quality of life in Roseland. And I know a lot of you folks don't care about that. You don't spend much time over there. But the Planning Commission approved another dispensary, is the term they use now for dealing marijuana. So it's in a spot where a lot of people from Roseland don't want it. And they went to that Planning Commission meeting in good faith, and they were shined on 6-0. So that decision is going to be appealed. And the reason it's going to be appealed is because there's still a very strong, benign neglect. And that's a form of racism. A lot of folks don't want to admit to that, but that's what's happening. And that benign neglect is ingrained in Santa Rosa city policy towards Roseland. One of the things that was really good, 17 years ago, participated in this effort for what were called Creek Dreams. This magazine was put out by the city. It was on the effort for the Creek Master Plan. So for 17 years, people over in my neighborhood have been working on trying to make the Roseland Creek neighborhood better. But it's really difficult because city staff is actually the obstacle, the obstructionists, to the people trying to get positive things going for what we'd like to see. And then when people come to the meeting, you let the Zoom folks go first while a lady sits here through a presentation for an hour and a half. Now, I'm used to it. You get an iron butt sitting down here. But that's just totally disrespectful to Roseland residents.
All right, seeing no other hands for public comment, having no other items on the agenda, we will adjourn.
Take care, sir.